to the conference, Blindness and Expanded Sculpture. We've said to all the presenters today, it's really up to people whether they want to self-describe or not. Some people hate doing it and feel very uncomfortable. Some people love doing it. I'm probably the former. All I'll say is I have a grey beard and I have a freedom pass, which will probably give you some idea of my age. So beyond that. Just to say who I am, I'm Ken Wilder. I'm Professor in Aesthetics at University of the Arts London, and along with Aaron McPeak, sitting at the front, we are the investigators of the research project Beyond the Visual. So before I describe a little bit about the project, I'm not going to say very much. Some thanks are due as well. I mean, firstly to the Arts and Humanities Research Council, who have funded both iterations of Beyond the Visual. We wouldn't be able to do this without their support. Also, we're really grateful to Leeds Art Gallery for hosting today. It's fantastic, and we've worked with Claire Jolly at the Leeds Art Gallery. We had 3 consultation workshops for the exhibition that's going to be next door here in this room. So we're very grateful. This is a much larger space than the space that we have at the Henry Moore Institute. I'd also like to thank our partners on the project. We're working with the Henry Moore Institute and with Shape Arts. So they're our 2 partners of the project Beyond the Visual. Particularly at HMI, at Henry Moore Institute, I'd like to thank Kirsty and Adam for all their fantastic help for today, all the organising that's gone behind the scene. And so, just to say a little bit about the project, the wider project. It really kind of emerged out of practice. Aaron and I have known each other for some time now, and we engaged. We did an installation in Sweden in a wonderful church by cult architect Sigurd Leverance, a kind of proto-Brutalist artist, back in 2017. And it was that experience of working together which I think actually we started to bring 2 sets of ideas together. One was my own interest. I'd written a book called Beholding, which really discusses the notion of the beholder's share, which challenges this assumption that the artwork is somehow a closed object and starts to look at what the beholder brings to that encounter, which is contextual and spatially situated. And then there was a questioning of who the beholder was, the kind of normative, ableist kind of notions about who the beholder is, which underlines much of kind of art history. So it was emerging of those 2 concerns out of which the first iteration of Beyond the Visual happened, which was a network. And we had wonderful partners. We had Tate, we had the Henry Moore Institute. Welcome came on board during the project. They asked to be involved, which was fantastic. Rather than it being the other way, they approached us, and they hosted a symposium a couple of years ago at the Welcome Collection, which was a culmination of that project. We also had Shape Arts, who I've already mentioned, which is a disability-led arts organisation. And we had Vocalise, that those involved in audio description will know Vocalise. So we had wonderful partners. One of the workshops was held next door at the Henry Moore Institute. And as a result of that, we were in discussion with Claire O'Dowd, the research curator at the Henry Moore Institute, and Lawrence, the head of the Henry Moore Institute, about Lawrence Sellers, about having an exhibition. So we were already talking about having an exhibition around some of the themes that had emerged from the workshop when the AHRC, the Arts and Humanities Research Council, announced a bid for an exhibition fund for £250,000. There was only one bid, and we won it, to our surprise. And in fact, they ended up giving 2 because there was one awarded to Manchester University as well for work around early learning. So these were the two projects. And central to the call out for bids for that is it had to be a project that had a very defined audience. We were kind of interested in challenging some of those definitions of the audience, but also it was a project that actually had to have sufficient lots of public engagement activities. And that funding has allowed us during the second iteration of the project to have, we've already had an early career symposium, we had 3 consultation workshops, we've got the conference now, we have casting workshops already, 3 casting workshops at the Henry Moore Institute. We've got an audio description workshop coming up at Yorkshire Sculpture Park with Sally Booth and Joe Rizzo-Naldi. Then there's a little break after this conference. We've got the conference, of course, and then the actual exhibition opens on 28th of November. And it's an exhibition where we have 3 principles. One was that the majority of artists had to be blind or partially blind. Not all, there are other artists, but all the sighted artists had to have a kind of track record of working in the territory of promoting blindness arts. The second was that accessibility should be embedded at every single level so that you didn't notice it in a way, it just became the norm, which is what we're trying to bring about. We're trying to bring about institutional change when those things are just there. You know, you don't have to talk about them anymore, they're just kind of there. So that was really important for us. The third was that the artists that we selected had to make work that could be interactive, primarily through touch, but not. We've also going to have some sound works there, but there had to be a level of engagement of senses beyond the visual. So the visual was not going to be the primary. There is a visual aspect to many of the works, but that wasn't going to be the primary means of engaging. I just finished really with stating the kind of provocations out of which this work really emerges. Aaron and I were both frustrated in a way, I think, because we felt that actually the discussion was about access rather than a more fundamental kind of challenging about what kind of objects artworks are. And we felt that actually a lot of discussion didn't really reflect that new modes of art making that really emerged a long time ago in the 60s and 70s through intermediate art, through installations and performance, potentially opened up really exciting ways of engaging an audience, audio description, embedding audio description, etc. And that wasn't really being sufficiently recognised in the discussions. The kind of second was that we really felt that actually, if you really fundamentally question who the audience is and accept a diversity of perceptual engagements with the same artwork, it really starts to challenge what philosophers rather fancifully call the ontology of art, which is, very simply, what kind of entities artworks are. I work at the University of Arts London, that's where I'm based, and we still talk about visual arts. And I think it's kind of really sad that we're still stuck with this kind of very narrow notion about what three-dimensional art practice is. So we want to kind of challenge that fundamentally. We're really interested in how we start to broaden that sense. And we regard that as an instance of what Georgina Klieg and Hannah Thompson and various other people have called blindness gain. And that actually when you start to challenge those oculocentric, ableist kind of norms, then actually everyone benefits, because actually you start to develop a much wider, richer practice where you can engage through a variety of means. So I'll stop there so that I also keep to my time. And we're moving on. Aaron's going to introduce the first session. Just a couple practicalities. During the breaks, we'll open these doors up, and the toilets are just through there and to the left. If you want to go during the actual presentations, it's a slightly longer route when you have to go out Basically, you turn right down the long gallery, and then right again. So it's 3 rights to get to the toilets. We have a really full day, 8 presentations plus a keynote presentation, which we finished with fin de vie, presentation at the end. We are aware that some people might get tired. It's a lot to concentrate on the whole day. Please, if you want to move around, if you want to change places, do it any time. If you want to go out, have a coffee, have a break. If you want to go next door to the Henry Moore Institute and have a look at the exhibition on there, or if you want to use, which is the Traumatic Surreal, if you want to use their library as a kind of quiet space at any time to go, don't feel embarrassed. Just get up and leave. It's entirely up to you. If you want to stay for all 9 presentations, you're very welcome. But do feel free to get up at any time. So thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Ken. There's just one other thing I'd like to add. Ken's summary of the project. There is a book, which is a 23-chapter book will be published at the end of August by UCL Press. We do hope to have book launches in London and in Leeds. We managed to get funding for that, so it will be free to download. It'll probably be a 400 or 500 page. There will be some print editions made available, but they probably will be very expensive because of the size of the volume. But it will be free to download. And hopefully you can pick up that. Well, we've got a really full-on day, and I'll probably need to take advantage of quiet space at some point. But we've got 4 sessions this morning. As a blind artist, I asked Kirsty from HMI to print the biographies in 24-point font, but that's optimism bias. I still can't read it, so I'm going to put a lens to my face to introduce the first speaker, which is Dr. Martin Orosz. And he is the founder and curator of the collection of photography and media arts at the Museum of Fine Arts of Hungary. Hungarian National Museum. My apologies. That's in Budapest. And since 2014, he's been the director there. He's curated global exhibitions, authored books, articles, and lectured internationally. His research covers light-based media, photography, avant-garde collecting, abstract geometric and kinetic art, computer art, and animated film. His first feature-length film, which is documentary, György Kepes, Interlinking Art and Science, and that was in 2023, has been awarded at various international festivals. So I'd like you to welcome Dr. Martin Orosz.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you very much for inviting me over to the UK. First, I would like to apologize in advance about my pronunciation. We call it Hungarish, between English and Hungarian. So if something's not clear enough for you, then please let me know. In the spring of 1942, with support from the Rockefeller Foundation, filming began on a half-an-hour color film which showcased the work of the students at the Chicago School of Design. This movie captured the students' experimentation with a variety of materials, including mattresses with wooden springs, long chairs, tea tables, tools made from electrically bent plywood, and even a makeshift infrared oven created from a garbage can, designed to make plastic flexible and even cook chicken if necessary. The school's director, former Bauhaus professor László Moholi Nagy, who had relocated to Chicago after a 4-year stint in London, outlined the goals as well as the curriculum of the School of Design in his posthumous book, Vision in Motion. His, Moholi's aim was to expand the range of tactile experiences through sensory training and to progress through all stages of elementary experience in every area of sensory activity. Moholina's earlier book, The New Vision, written around the time the school was formed, offered a detailed description of its pedagogical approach. He writes, quote, "Deliberately arranged tactile values can create new forms of expression, just as colors or tones, when they engage in a reciprocal relationship, do not merely represent a single color or tonal effect, but can evoke a particular mood or even a new feeling of life." Unquote. For Moholi, the tactile experiments conducted at the school were not just technical exercises, but were part of a larger theme of social responsibility. He believed that by sensitizing and extending human senses to their limits and enhancing our biological functions, we would become better equipped to respond comprehensively to the challenges in our environment and to the personal issues of others. This somewhat romantic yet ethically motivated and consumption-critical perspective, which also highlighted the plight of marginalized groups, can be regarded as an early manifestation of what would later be termed social design. A story in his book underscores this point. Quote, "Recently, I was reminded of how neglected our tactile education is during an enlightening conversation with the head of a nursing school who discussed the challenges she faced in teaching massage. After I shared details about the tactile exercises we practiced at our art school, she was inspired to incorporate similar ideas into her own curriculum, hoping it would help her students develop a finer sense of touch." Unquote. The integration of the sense of touch into visual arts was conceived more than a decade before the establishment of Moholi School. In 1921, Filippo Tommaso Marinetti, the founder of Futurism, wrote a manifesto titled Tactilism, proposing a new form of art centered on tactile sensations. Marinetti envisioned creating objects designed to transform human interactions and developed a system of tactile values, including the creation of tactile boards to facilitate the exploration of touch, which could, in turn, enhance communication between people. At a Chicago school under Moholina's directorship, tactile-related tasks were organized into 4 main categories: structure, texture, surface treatment, and messing or mess arrangement. However, these tasks were never isolated from the other senses. Instead, they were integrated into a unified synesthetic experience alongside hearing, sight, and smell. The sensory experiments conducted in various workshops were designed to interact with one another in a complementary and interconnected way. Here, I present a few works by György Kepes, the teacher who led the photography and drawing courses at the school. These pictures here are all from the Tate Liverpool collection. These photographs offer compelling evidence of the synesthetic approach of the school, where different senses are meant to be harmonized. Here you can see works produced during the first term of the school in 1937-1938, including Charles Niedringhouse's smell-o-meter, a unique piece designed to quantify odors. The smell-o-meter used 6 tubes to mix different scents with an electric fan blowing the aromas into a nostril-shaped opening, offering a metric system for measuring smells. Students were also asked to conduct experiments on various tactile charts. One example is Richard Pavlicek's movable tactile diagram, described as a, quote, Luna Park for the fingers. In the upper image, the diagram is shown before any interaction, while the lower image depicts the movement of its individual pieces. Another example is Alexander Corazzo's Tactile Symphony in 3 rows, which not only stimulates the finger's tactile perception, but also involves the muscles and joints. The exercise begins by compressing the fingers between closely placed arches, after which the fingers must rise over ridges, moving both upward and downward. Francis Fairweather's tactile diagram presents a balancing structure on metal springs that swings when in use. These and other students' created tactile charts were tested by blind and visually impaired individuals who were invited to the new Bauhaus School at the end of the semester. The first occasion took place in 1938, and as Moholy-Nagy, the director of the school, describes, quote, "We asked the blind to test some tactile exercises. Their response was extremely insightful and also raised the possibility of using tactile exercises in the education and rehabilitation of blind individuals. The blind enjoyed testing the diagrams. Perhaps this was the first time they experienced something akin to a picture with their fingers. One of them commented about the diagrams. They were made for comfort," unquote. In his new vision book, Moholy-Nagy included a photograph featuring one of his students, Juliet Appleby, a British-born children's book illustrator, guiding a blind person seated at a table as they explore tactile diagrams. Juliet, who later married a Hungarian painter, György Kepes, after moving to London, also appears in the design workshop film, where she is shown interacting with a turned wood object. In a later interview, she shared that when blind individuals were invited to the school, I quote, "They really came and they really had a ball, because they were able to feel it at a depth that we could never experience," unquote. In 1946, Juliet and György Kepes relocated to Boston, largely due to the positive reception of György's book, Language of Vision, published in Chicago a few years prior. The book outlined the Hungarian-born painter, photographer, and designer's approach to art education, which eventually led to an invitation for him to become a professor at MIT in Cambridge, making him the institution's first artist to hold such a position. In 1949, Juliet and György Kepes designed the concept Museum Oasis, published in the Interiors magazine. Their goal was to promote the development of the 5 human senses and integrating them in a holistic way. The couple's concept was to provide a temporary escape from the traditional art, offering an emotional experience that would ignite the viewer's imagination. Marble of many colors, polished but not shaped, sparkling crystals, patterned slices of wood, scrawny shells, tortoise, driftwood, soft fur, living plants, birds, and fish. They play of sunlight on water, reflected on stone, refracted through glass, filtered through branches. These would be the gallery's adornments. The visitor would enter to rest and unknowingly find a revelation of the beauty of common things, quote unquote. Although the innovative museum concept was never fully realized, the Kepes couple had some luck to translate it into a smaller domestic version in the same year, in 1949, with their own home. This involved creating a model room for their child, which was later featured in a multi-page article in the Life magazine. Their fun room, as they called it, unintentionally breached the outcomes of child development programs rooted in the reform pedagogy with the principles learned through modern design education. The emphasis here was on sensory learning, meant to activate the child's senses, but also immersion, participation, and creative learning. Later, when Kepes, who taught the visual fundamentals course at MIT's Department of Architecture and Planning, was given the opportunity to establish the Center for Advanced Visual Studies in 1967, the world's first university institute dedicated to the intersection of art, science, and technology. It was no accident that he made the extension and coordination of the senses a central focus of his new center. As he explained, the center's collaborative model was not only about artists and engineers and scientists working together, but also about synchronizing sensory fields by, quoting him, "No single anatomical, chemical, or neurobiological function of our sense organs could perform its function alone," unquote. The goal was to offer a prosthesis through technology to enable people to live a fuller and more joyful life. Alongside the fellows of the new Center for Advanced Visual Studies, Kepes organized and curated an exhibition at the Wetburst Atheneum in Hartford, Connecticut, the oldest public museum in the United States. The exhibition's concept centered on exploring how art could be made more accessible to the blind and visually impaired. The Gallery of the Senses, initially established with this theme, was later renamed the Tactile Gallery when Kepes curated the Dialogue for the Senses exhibition in 1972. The exhibition aimed to create a space for non-visual perception open to both the blind and the sighted. Originally conceived as a please touch installation where objects could be seen through touch, the gallery's approach evolved after realizing that solely focusing on touch would overlook the broader aspects of non-visual perception. Observations and conversations with the blind revealed their particular reliance on sound and the interplay of multiple senses. As the catalog statement explained, the goal of the exhibition was less to chart the chronology of art history than to discover an aesthetic dialogue. The core of the show, curated by Kepes, featured Paul Earth's electroacoustic engineered artist's sound floor, with additional installations such as the texture coves, water organ, heat collage, and the rope corridor. The concept presented in Hartford, in fact, was inspired by one of Kepes' earlier works, the photoelastic walk from 1969, a more than 7-meter long installation that used polycarbonate and sensory technology. The monumental bridge with the installation featured polarized screens that changed color based on pressure applying by a person walking, running, or jumping on it. This interaction created a visual dialogue between the work and its audience, producing chromatic effects that evoked the shimmering wings of a butterfly. A year after the dialogue for the senses, Kepes translated the tactile experience of art enjoyment into a new medium. This was a time when he received a letter from a person who had been blind since birth, asking him, quote, "Sir, when will you bring us, the blind, a rainbow?" Unquote. In response, Kepes created his 1973 painting Rainbow, shown here, and a whole series of works that layered tactile paint form a rainbow arc, consisted of protruding braille dots. The rich colors in Kepes's paintings included every shade of the rainbow spectrum, and the surfaces mixed with sand and stone particles and grits fixed with kazaim were sculpturally worked to evoke tactile sensations resembling the earth's crust with their plasticity. Kepes's tactile braille writing also appeared in his 1984 Polaroid series, produced and exhibited at the Museum of Fine Arts in Boston. And in this series, he captured the dialogue between spontaneous ink stains and the precise braille dots and grid lines of a crystal's regular facets, creating a sensible visual and tactile fusion. Kepes's works, with their individual and social significance, reflected the Bauhaus-inspired social ideals integrated into design, which were partly popularized in the United States. One example is his sound oasis proposal, which envisioned 200-foot diameter, echo-free circular island at a busy city interaction. This space would have provided a retreat from urban noise, allowing visitors to enter a peaceful environment, complete with a Persian or Moorish garden and synthetic natural sounds like water bubbling or bell chimes, offering an escape from the city's noise pollution. Though these proposals had a utopian, future-oriented character, they were meant to serve as studies for a new type of art that emphasized collective, cooperative public experiences. Kepes believed that art could help retrain our senses in a post-industrial society where technology would complement traditional art forms to create new communal opportunities. Yes. And to conclude my lecture, I will share a paragraph from the preface to the catalogue of the American Pavilion at the 1969 Sao Paulo Biennial, which Kepes designed and would have been curated, but was eventually not realized due to the opposition from governmental agencies and the boycotting artists against the military dictatorship in Brazil. In the preface, Kepes emphasized, and I close my lecture with these lines, the more powerful the devices we develop through our scientific technology, the more we are interconnected with each other. The more sensitive and embracing our means of seeing, hearing, and thinking becomes through radio, television, and computer technology, the more we are compelled to sense the interaction of man and his environment. Our tools have brought a new scale of opportunities to interthinking and interseeing, the condition of a truly embracing participatory democracy. Thank you very much.
you, Martin. Our next speaker is Dr. Maria Jose Garcia Vizcaino, who is Professor of Spanish and Latino Studies. And she's also Director of the Certificate Program Translation at Montclair State University. She has published extensively. In very many prestigious academic journals, and presents her work at numerous conferences and symposia around the world. She teaches audio description, engaging her students every year in projects to bring the performing arts closer to Spanish-speaking low-vision audiences. She is currently undertaking a research project on tactile strategies and haptic perception in sculpture for sighted and non-sighted art museum goers. Thank you. Welcome, Maria.
I will just.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Should I just? And you lower the volume in the videos? Yeah. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Good morning. I will start by describing myself. I'm a woman in my 50s, short brown curly hair, and I am dressing very informally because British Airways lost my luggage. So I'm wearing sneakers and kind of sports clothing, which I'm not used to when I give conferences. So this is my first time in this outfit in a formal presentation, which is fine because there is always a first time for everything, I guess. And as we will see in my presentation, the importance is not in the exterior, but on the interior. So on that note, I start the presentation. I will time myself, but if I think that I am short of time, I will skip some videos. But I'm glad to share my presentation later with anyone interested. Hopefully I will be able to say everything. So, sensing and feeling main functions of touch in haptic exploration of a sculpture is the title of the presentation. As a sort of introduction, I would say that the role and presence of touch in art museums have changed dramatically in the last decades, from being something forbidden, undesired, unauthorized, or of dubious value, such as Fiona Candlin says, to be the focus of specific exhibitions or touch tours. The access provision has greatly contributed to give touch a more prominent place in the art scene as an essential tool for blind and visually impaired participants to enjoy art. However, even when the sense of touch is included, the main function normally is discriminatory, that is, to render a mental image of shapes, therefore perpetuating ocular centrism and ableism in the arts. The need of identify shapes is a feature of visual culture that is being imposed on the blind person if the goal is only to provide the non-sighted individual with a mental image of objects. Touch is being treated as a substitute for sight. The other aspect that seems problematic about focusing simply on recognition of the shapes is the lack of emotional engagement with the artwork. An emotional connection with a work of art achieved through touch is not easily generated just by ideation or representation of images. Rather, that spark is likely to be experienced by the sensations evoked by different textures, by the sense of discovery, by a deep appreciation of the technical intricacies of the artist's technique and skillfulness. In that regard, it has long been proven that the primary function of touch is not only discriminatory, but also affective, as McBloom et al. 2014 said, or pleasant, Fulkerson 2014, aesthetic, Clich 2013, and also other functions such as interactive and interpersonal have been pointed out, Christie Drew and Perrox. This is why the present work draws precisely from the need to elevate the sense of touch to a genuine source of knowledge and eradicate the conception of being a lesser sense, or in the best of cases, a complement of sight. In particular, the aim is to show how sculpture tactile explorations led by the artist herself can enrich the artistic experience of sighted and non-sighted participants and reflect upon the functions of touch in art appreciation by evidencing the presence of functions other than the discriminatory one. So a little bit about the methodology. The artist of the pieces that we are going to comment is Lucia Balesmith. She's a Dutch sculptor based in Extremadura, Spain. She's hard of hearing and uses rocks, marble, diabase, granite, alabaster, to create sculptures, some of them emitting sounds. She shared that the motivation for adding sound to her pieces is the fact that she enjoys giving, and I quote, things a different function from the original or intended one. Hardly anybody has heard a stone singing. Marble sculptures are supposed to be standing on a pedestal for people to admire, but not hanging on trees, as Lucia does. So ascribing unexpected functions to rocks is related to the aim of this study, which is to examine the functions of touch aside from the traditional discriminatory function. The artwork selected as my corpus of study was part of the exhibition Lo que oculta la piedra, What Stone Hides, that was exhibited in Madrid in the art space Cambio de Sentido that the Spanish National Blind Association has in Madrid. The title of the exhibition actually reveals another aspect of rocks that audience are not used to experience, the inside. The artist exposes what lies in the interior of rocks, unexpected colors, textures, crystals, brightness and fossils, even sounds and movement. So it is artwork that appeals to the eyes, ears, and touch equally. And as in life, most beautiful things cannot be seen at first sight because they reside in the unseen. Her exhibition was 17 sculptures made of marble, alabaster, granite, diabase, limestone, and sandstone. And for this study, I chose 4, each one made of different materials, different rocks, because I wanted the participants to have different tactile experiences. The participants were 10 people, 5 sighted and 5 sightless. Some of them were exploring the pieces in pairs. For example, a father who was blind with his daughter, sighted, or a couple, Salvi, she was with her husband is sighted and she is sightless, so that was a combination. Participants were scheduled on individual appointments of 1 hour and a half. We wanted to make sure that they had plenty of time because normally in tactile exploration, as Devi and Clich 2018 state, there is only time for a brief stroke or part of our work, and the cursory exploration tends to focus on recognizing the objects depicted rather than on the individual haptic features. So time was very important, so we allowed them to have all the time that they wanted. Participants were prompted to practice certain sensing patterns and exploratory procedures, but also they were invited to share with us their usual tactile strategies and verbalize how they touched and what sensations and emotions evoked in them when they were touching the piece in a certain way. And at the end of the exploration, we asked the participants to share with us how they felt in the whole experience. So first of all, sensing the sculpture. So we noticed that not all the participants, but some of them, the importance was on shape recognition, so they wanted to know what the object was. So for example, there were only 2 figurative sculptures. One of them is on the slide. There is an image that I'm going to describe. Color image showing a sandstone piece of 25 kilograms and 41 by 29 by 13 centimeters, resembling a window. It is more like an embrasure, an opening with sides flaring outward in a wall or parapet of a fortification, usually for allowing the firing of cannon. The piece is perched on top of a pile of brown and pink slates in the middle of a plain of edges and trees under a gray sky on a cloudy day. So this is one of a series of windows that Lucia did, and this is a window that many of the participants said it would be typical of a medieval castle, something like that. So I'm gonna show a little video that because it's in Spanish, the participants were speaking Spanish. It's subtitled in English, but I'm gonna speak what they are saying in English. I place it against the stone and I hit it with a hammer. But you don't do it like this, right? No. You have to hit it. You have to hit it with a hammer. Yes. Well, you have been at it for a while then. Yes, quite a while.
Y luego para hacer los switches que hay dentro, sí que la arrastras como un martillo, ¿no? ¿Así dijiste?
Is that what you said? Yes.
No, al contrario, yo también pensaba que era hacia adentro.
It is inwards, hitting. You hit here, but you hit all the way in.
Sí.
Yes. So here Javier is trying to understand the technique behind the grooves. So she pointed out that she used a tooth chisel, such as the one that we have in the image. This is a color image of a rusty iron tooth chisel resting on a marble rock. So Lucia brought her tools and explained to the participants how she did the grooves, hitting with the hammer. So that's another piece of knowledge, more intellectual, cognitive process behind the piece. Also, sensing the sculpture, talking about discriminatory touch, another prompt that Lucia brought to illustrate the artistic process behind another piece was the bracelet that inspired her in her piece, Hoja. And I'm showing here, in the right-hand side of the slide, a color photograph showing a granite sculpture of 10 kilograms and 61 by 18 by 13 centimeters, resembling the page of a half-open book. The piece is held by an iron cast situated on the property of a country house surrounded by trees. So there is another image on the slide. It's a color photograph showing a close-up of Lucia's bracelet on her wrist. The bracelet is quadrangular with one corner opened in two, like the page of a book half opened. So one of the participants, she explained to us that she is congenital blind, and she appreciates when she can touch miniature replicas of a building or sculptures, because for her, she has a different spatial awareness than individual with acquired blindness. So when she was touching the bracelet, she was very excited, and she could understand, again, cognitively, the shape and the form of the piece. And I'm gonna play a short video of Salvi, is her name, touching the bracelet and then touching the sculpture. I was inspired by my bracelet, says Lucia. Oh, and you have it? Yes. How beautiful the bracelet is. Did you make it too? No, I didn't. It's very pretty. I love it. How beautiful. Good. Now you can I touch it now? Yes. Right, the bracelet. It looks like a page from a book. That's said by her husband, who is sighted. So he's saying that it looks like the page of a book. So the emotions, we see a broad smile on her face, the excitement of the participant. And also this is another photograph of another participant. It's a color photograph showing a participant using her right hand to touch the opened corner of the bracelet on the artist's right wrist, while touching the opening of the hoja piece with her left hand. The participant's white cane is hanging from her right wrist. So, understanding the piece at a cognitive level and identifying shapes triggered certain emotions and sensations that made some participants create their own narrative. For example, Salvi told us that she could write about what is in that page of the book. So she told us that it's intriguing what that book page could say to her, and Lucia invited her to write a story, and she said, well, if you write the story, I will place that next to the piece. So that engaged her in a dialogue with the artist as well. So feeling the sculpture, affective touch, another function of touch. Clich 2022 states, the rewards of touching a work of art often have very little to do with the artwork represents. It has more to do with the tactility of the materials and observations about how the artist manipulated and shaped them, as we saw. It was actually the tactility of the materials that provoked certain emotions in some participants, and I'm gonna read some quotes. For example, Salvi said, I love touching rocks. It gives me a feeling of stability. You grab hold of it and it's firm. Javier, another sightless participant, said, I like touching stones and the cuts so well defined. I am on the beach and I cannot stop touching rocks. And here in this exhibition, I cannot stop touching this piece. He referred to windows. And he said, I would be touching forever, and I would be time to leave, or it would be time for me to go to dinner or something, and I would still be touching the sculpture. Another participant said, I like the mixture, the contrast between polished and natural. Just polished, I don't like. Another function is aesthetic function. Here we have two images on the slide. On the left-hand side, we have a color photograph showing a participant touching the back of the piece equilibrio with her left hand, as the artist's right hand reaches out near her as if indicating a specific spot in the back of the sculpture. The participant's white cane is hanging from her right wrist. And we have another image on the right, which is the image color photograph of a shiny black oval-shaped concave diabase piece of 65 kilograms held by springs that used to be the shock absorbance of an all-terrain vehicle welded on a disc from a scrapyard. The whole piece measures 100 centimeters by 25 by 25 and is standing on the ground surrounded by green vegetation. With a slight blow, it moves like a pendulum. This is why it is called equilibrium. The interesting thing is that this piece has movement. And also, this is made with recycled materials, apart, of course, from the rock diabase. So in Equilibrio, in this piece, Lucia prompted participants to feel the lichens that grow in the back of the rock. The smoothness of the moss contrasts the hardness of the diabase. Another example of how the aesthetic function played a very important role is that there is a piece that it's called harp, we will see it later. And the most important or the most interesting piece was something that was unseen because it was in a very inaccessible part of the piece. So, upon touching the shiny black section of the abase piece that took Lucia 3 weeks to polish, all participants asked in awe how she could get such a smooth surface, and the artist explained all the process behind that she uses different diamond cutting discs or sandpaper, etc. The extra smooth polished section of ARPA is almost hidden and cannot be felt unless you squat down and touch it. Since it is not seen, it went unnoticed for most of the sighted participants. Teresa, sighted participant, shared with us that only because she saw her father, who is blind, almost on his knees, touching something with a joyful expression on his face, did she realize that she had missed something important. Then she bent down and touched it. She was impressed and glad that she got to feel the best part of the piece. So this is an example of Georgina's Cliche title, What Blindness Can Bring to Art. Thank you. Okay, so a quick example about interactional function. We have
equilibrio.
The piece equilibrio.
Equilibrio. Y exactamente, lo podemos ver.
You can move it. I'm afraid, I'm scared it will. So here, a mixture of feelings. He's moving the piece, but he's afraid that it will fall or break. Another function of touch is the interactional function. Here we see this piece that it's hard. It's one of the pieces that emits sound. So we have a short video as well. Just explain like this. Yes. And how many cats are there inside? 5, 6 cats. Oh, how difficult. It's hard to make the noise, isn't it?
Y cada palito tiene
Each stage has
Dos. Puede jugar con los palitos, puede utilizar
tienes que tener que
en la ranura.
Pues menos con una marimba.
It sounds like a marimba. Yes.
Mira. O como una chalaparta, yo soy
Like a
vasca.
chalaparta. I am from the Basque
¿Sabes
country.
qué es chalaparta?
Do you know what a chalaparta is?
Chalaparta.
I don't know what a chalaparta
Chalaparta es
is.
un instrumento vasco que
It's
es
a
un
Basque
palo de un
instrument.
tronco de madera.
It's
Los dos palos, entonces
a
así.
wooden log, and with twisted you play like this.
Sí, y
You
otro
make a
tiene ritmo.
noise, and it has
Ay, ¿se parece el sonido a eso?
Me parece un poco, hombre, el chalaparta es un tronco, es grande.
The chalaparta
Pero si la
is
buscas en internet lo verás.
So she is engaging another function of touch, interpersonal function, in a dialogue with the artist and sharing other uses of the piece. Finally, the interpersonal function. I'm not going to read all the examples, but just to say that many of the participants gave some advice to the artist about, for example, the chopsticks. Instead of using chopsticks, using other sticks, metal, plastic, to emit different sounds from the rock. That was one suggestion. Another suggestion was about the pedestal that one of the pieces had, because it was very hard to access with touch. So the participants were given recommendations to the artist as well. As a conclusion, I would say that the affective, interpersonal, and interactional functions of touch encourage a type of access that has been more in the line of the called access intimacy by Mia Mingus 2011. It's an access that is understood not as a service provided to the blind, but as a type of a conversation, a dialogue, a sort of human connection. Also, we saw here the component of multidirectionality, because it was an exchange of art appreciation from the sighted to the sightless, from the artist to the access facilitator, etc. And what to do when the artist, I'm going to leave the presentation with this thought, what to do with touch when the artist is not present. Well, you can use another concept that I am developing and working on, tactile descriptions, which are tactile prompts, tactile recommendations that you can record in an app, in the museum audio guide, and participants can listen to that following certain prompts on their own. Ideally, it would be to use with a tactile tour or with the artist present, but if not, this is another tool, resource that we can use in the museum. And also, they can be offered in tours, when online tours, so that you can appreciate tactile sensations evoked by the piece in what we say it is virtual touch. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maria. Our next speaker is Dr. Nicola Baird, is an independent art historian and curator affiliated with the Centre for the Study of the Networked Image, and that's at London South Bank University. In 2018, she curated The Making of an Englishman, Fred Oldman, a retrospective at Berghaus, London, and the Hatton Gallery in Newcastle. And in 2021, she curated an exhibition of the early works of Gustav Metzger, Ben-Uri Gallery. She was also curator of the Knots, Johnny Biggs Expo, and that's a Berghaus Contemporary Interventions, into The Line is an Unread Thing, Dorothy Mead and Edna Mann at London South Bank University in 2024. So apologies for the mix-up, but we'd like you to welcome Nicolette.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. It's a real privilege to be here. So yeah, thank you very much. An exploration of blindness, expanded sculpture in relation to Paul Negu's palpable art practice. So in 1979, British-Romanian artist Paul Negu reflected on the importance of disturbing reactionary conventions in relation to both form and content. Indeed, by 1967, he mused, "I had connected and concocted visual elements with smells, tactile and palpable characteristics always interfering. They were amalgamations which became collages, then reliefs, then objects to be manipulated. Seeking and celebrating multisensory encounters with mixed media objects as sociological, philosophical and didactic fabulae, Negu strove to create an active and dialogical relationship between artwork and receiver. Thus, the artists often tabernacle polyptych, altar-like or compartmentalized boxes of varying sizes were designed to be touched, handled, opened, and invaded by exploratory hands. Central to Negu's first performances on the streets of Cotroceni, Bucharest, such magic, epistemic things, each imbued with their own idiosyncratic personalities, were carried around or positioned either in awkward corners or in public places, including on busy thoroughfares for people to find and interact with. Negu would then observe and register people's reactions, collecting a lot of psychological data. The son of a shoemaker, Negu felt a great affinity for the tools and tactile materials of his father's trade. His creations, otherwise known as anthropocosmic cells, therefore often featured combinations of different kinds of leather, as well as fragments of fabric and metal. One box features a humorous arrangement of pins and sequins, while another proposes a synthesis between the senses of taste and touch by disclosing an assemblage of metal blades and slices of bread. The more eclectically constructed, the more likely they were to transmit contrasting stimuli to the epidermis and to engender a profound shift towards enlightened tactility. In this way, Negu envisioned a connection between the inner architecture of his boxes and the exhibition space. The following year, on the occasion of Art in a Darkroom, a solo exhibition at the Richard DeMarco Gallery in Edinburgh, Negu presented the Palpable Art Manifesto, a 4-page mimeograph leaflet including partly stenciled, partly handwritten text and annotated diagrammatic drawings, somewhat paradoxically intended to render tangible the palpability, that is, the non-visual kinesthetic nature of the exhibited works. Intended in the artist's own words, not only as a clarification of my intentions and accumulated experiences, but also as a kind of guide, the manifesto consisted of a series of assertions, observations, recommendations, demands, and calls to action. Negu asserted that the eye is fatigued, perverted, shallow, its culture degenerate, degraded, and obsolete. exhorting art to act on the crisis of oculocentrism and to abandon the fixation on the visual in order to yield an organic and unified aesthetic that will make use of senses that are still fresh and pure. Crucially adding the term palpable to the vocabulary of contemporary aesthetic theory, he called for one public, palpable art through which all the senses, sight, touch, smell, taste, will supplement and devour each other, so that a man can possess an object in every sense. For Negu, palpable, which derives from the Latin to stroke or caress, meant something far more expansive than tactile, which refers only to the finger, positing you can take things in better, more completely, with your 10 fingers, pores, and mucous membranes than with only 2 eyes. The manifesto, considered by John Wood as a hymn to blindness and the non-optical senses, concluded with the statement that palpable art is a new joy for the blind, while for the clear-sighted it is the most thoroughly three-dimensional study. The manifesto was meant to be read before or after attending his exhibitions, which, beginning with Art in a Dark Room, were often plunged into total darkness, so as to emulate the sensorial condition of blindness. Art in a Dark Room, the walls of which were painted black and fitted with speakers which emitted curious twittering noises, was filled with objects with handles and cavities made from leather and wood coated with gesso, suspended from the ceiling or capable of being knocked to the floor, that demanded the audience's participation. Visitors were forced, in Negu's own words, to communicate directly with the abstract nature of what were in reality useless objects, which as a result became vehicles of collective embodied communication. Art in a Dark Room proved to be a decisive test of the ways in which the artist, much like the historical avant-garde, conceived of exhibitions as revelatory, multisensory, immersive installations, experiential situations, creative terrains, and total environments. In evidencing too Negu's unique brand of theatricality, inherent even in his earliest presentations in Bucharest, the exhibition, as Tom Pollitt notes, bears comparison with Polish theatre director Jerzy Grotowski's belief that a precondition for successfully overcoming the rule of mass media was the transgression of the traditional divide between stage and audience, a breaking down of barriers achieved by a radical rescaling of space. In an interview from the mid-1960s, Grotowski demanded that the theatre become a realm of intimate, unrestricted contact, just as Negu enforced an intimacy of encounter with the art object in self-made wooden chambers or small, vision-deprived, darkened spaces. Subsequently, at the Serpentine Gallery in 1973, Negu presented tables filled with palpable boxes and roughly made objects, as well as mysterious artifacts and ready-mades, including waffle-making machines, rubber stamps, patent cutters, and a metronome. The enigmatic objects laid out on the central table clearly signaled his intention to conceive of the exhibition as an exploratory space, and a number of documentary photos show people touching and handling the objects and occasionally engaging in dialogue with Negu, who, despite actively seeking the possibility of dialogue with others, was not motivated to initiate any kind of pedagogical demonstration or to assume for himself a didactic role, wishing instead to leave things open for the viewer, to participate, to touch, to discover, and to relate. The simultaneous totality, as Negu called it, was of the utmost importance because it fostered a comprehensive viewing experience, encouraging visitors to experience themselves in it, expanding their sensorial participation. Similarly, 2 years later, at Modern Art Oxford, as Negu himself related, one of the 2 three-dimensional pieces on show could be described as 15 open boards, fabricated, as was often the case with Negu's display structures, by the artist himself in an act of what I would consider expanded sculpture, using common, everyday, often recycled materials such as matches, matchboxes, leather, and textile cast-offs, bits of metal and metal foil taken from industrial sites, or second-hand wood. Each board or tray held between 6 and 18 small objects, an array of abstract, non-functional tiny sculptures, together with ready-made, recognizable objects. As Negu recalls, visitors were encouraged to treat the total platform, which was entitled Mutants, as a large chessboard to be inspected, handled, and moved around. In 1970, Negu had pronounced that from the beginnings of creative art to the present day, the eye as an organ of reception and control has been educated and super-educated, thanks to a process of reciprocal influence between it and the art object. The possibilities of the eye have been explored to great extent, and the creation of a work of art has always depended on this very closely. He explained, "I would like to transfer this strict dependency by way of other routes of communication. I consider this an evolution. I am not ignoring the visual aspect, but I methodically eliminate its primordial position. The wear and tear of purely visual art, its sophistication and introspectiveness, have provoked me to wish for a sincerity, an obviousness of the life of the object, which should be perceived through effective contact, in its expression realized in the act of touching." Negu's desire to eliminate the primordial position of the visual can be contextualized in relation to contemporary currents. Indeed, as Tom Hollett notes, after having served as a cornerstone of interwar surrealist aesthetics, the denigration of vision had become a major trait of neo-avant-garde discourse and practice in the decades after the Second World War. Partly in response to the ongoing destruction of the Western Cartesian subject of vision and cognition, in 1967, a fourth edition of Georges Bataille's Story of the Eye was published, which also included Roland Barthes' The Metaphor of the Eye and Susan Sontag's The Pornographic Imagination. The overcoming of eyesight and the discovery of tactility in the 1960s was evident everywhere, from Marshall McLuhan's haptic television screens to the action and participatory sculptures of Brazilian neo-concretists. As Hollett also states, Negu's manifesto was commensurate too with Maurice Merleau-Ponty's phenomenology of perception, which promulgated the belief that the living communication at the heart of the system was restricted by focusing our gaze upon a certain part of the spectacle and dedicating the entire perceptual field to it. Contesting the systemic power preventing living communication was not only an aesthetic but also a political struggle, and one in which Negu was also involved, in foregrounding content of a universal sociological type. Indeed, the sixth paragraph of the Palpable Art Manifesto, and I can go back to that, addresses the political or social dimension of palpability. These ideas are linked inseparably with the concept that art must function socially. In relating this penultimate pronouncement to the manifesto's concluding statement, palpable art is a new joy for the blind. As Lisa Lefebvre argues, Negu must have had in mind Romanian sculptor Brancuș's Sculpture for the Blind and the Blind Man journals edited by Marcel Duchamp, Henri-Pierre Roche, and Beatrice Wood, invoking too the work of French philosophers Etienne Bonneau de Condillac and Michel Serres. The former, author of A Treatise of the Sensations, 1754, considers what it would be like for a sculpture to gradually be able to hear, taste, see, and finally touch, while more than 2 centuries later, the latter, discussing the ways in which perception operates in the 5 senses, sought to expand perception beyond vision. For Lefebvre, Serres' description of the body as both a collection of modular cells, where touch is topological, and as a box or a series of boxes through which these cycles of perception pass, reverberates throughout Negu's work. The artist's multisensory approach to the facilitation of a more intimate understanding of the artistic object, or rather the search for palpable expressivity, coincident with the Palpable Art Manifesto, in the artist's own words, centered on specific sculptural issues such as the tactility of textures, the pluralistic and hierarchical organization of materials, and how they relate to content. The preoccupation with positioning weights, temperatures, textures, and volumes within an organic composition culminated in the consumability of the art object, and finally, the ritual of performance. I wanted a new gestalt working across media and embracing all possibilities from the craft of waffle making to the spatio-temporal concepts where all senses would take part in a simultaneous totality, a Gesamtkunstwerk. Negu grouped his performances, or Gesamtkunstwerk, into 3 cycles, the first of which, Blind Bite, was initiated in 1971 at the Siggy Krause Gallery in London and featured palpable objects and horizontal and vertical tactile tables featuring life-size cellular anthropocosmic figures, representations of Negu's architectonic theory that a human being encapsulated the cosmos and could therefore be rendered as a diagram or map, as well as the first iteration of the infamous Cake Man ritual, performed simultaneously at Julian Maruta's apartment in Bucharest. At once an edible sculpture made of waffles and honey, a participatory construction, and an anthropocosmic being representative of a universe of interconnected cells, Cake Man was assembled and subsequently offered for distribution, or in other words, consumed, and therefore disassembled, disfigured, and disaggregated. For Negu, once constituted, or rather brought into being, the object of palpable art should catalyse artistic communication, then retract, disappear, lose its essence, in this way showing its desire to be transposed into a spiritual plane. This is then yet another important characteristic of the objects I cultivate: perishability or consumability. What I desire is a bringing into being, a presentation of the creative act itself, which I want to coincide with the created object. This object is destined for a continuous process, as an artistic being with its own life, which surpasses the limits imposed by the artist, affirms its autonomy, recreates itself in possible collaboration with the spectator. During the Cake Van performance, audience members, reconceived as active participants, were frequently blindfolded, the whole resulting in a solitary, curiously cannibalistic and yet pleasure-ridden act of trans and or multisensorial possession, in which smell and taste as well as hearing and touch entered the equation. Negu subsequently hosted several blind bite events at his studio in Highbury, in which blindfolded participants, including his students from Hornsey College of Art, Ange Kapoor, Matthew Perry, and Alison Rowley, received pre-prepared portions of waffles or would touch and taste various edible elements, and subsequently at his studio gallery on Shaftesbury Avenue. For Negu, eating was a visceral, primitive, instinctual, non-visual, and tactile act of collective communication, resulting in knowledge through palpability and the revelation of the cosmic relation, or rather cosmic awareness. It is in this way that, as with Negu's palpable objects and previous interactive environments, such as art in a darkroom, the agency of the body and of the participating bodies comes into play. More than that, however, as bodies become subjects, receptors, and expanded sculptural objects, as a form and forum of /for research and experiment, Blind Bite provokes the reconfiguration and reinvention of both subjectivity and objectivity. Blind Bite, which as per Negu's definition could be about the basic human conflict, a happening, an intervention, or a tactile object, but was always connected to the roots of perception, was followed by Horizontal Rain, first performed in 1972 as part of the group exhibition Romanian Art Today, held during the Edinburgh International Festival in Edinburgh. Horizontal Rain was documented in a number of black and white photographs in which Negu can be seen wearing a jumpsuit with rectangular pockets and walking on stilts. Variously described and defined by Negu as an event, a happening, and a ritual whose object is dissemination, distribution, and communication, Horizontal Rain was conceived as an intermediary plane between Blind Bite and Going Tornado, the latter referring to rituals of rotation, spinning, spiraling arcs of becoming. Going Tornado, conceptual vortex or kinetic convergence of all of his previous work, demonstrated the development of Negu's palpable art throughout the 1970s, as having begun with the desire to possess an object in every sense through handling and manipulation, anti-monumental palpable objects, and in Negu's own words, the extremes of eatability or sculptural waffles, gingerbread, rituals with apples, etc., etc., surpassed the practice of a participatory aesthetics predicated on the subject manipulator / object manipulated binary, and resulting in a fascination with the mutual dispossession of subject and object through their shared all-encompassing existential turbulence. Going Tornado, in which Negu circled around simple objects arranged on a large tarpaulin marked with concentric circular rings before removing his clothes, tying designated objects to his body with string, and sweeping the flooring into a massive tied ball above his head while spinning around and round to a free jazz soundtrack, was performed at Forest Hill Poorhouse during the Edinburgh International Festival in August 1974, and later that year at Grampian TV Studio. 1975 marked the publication of Gradually Going Tornado, which Negu conceived and described as encompassing all three movements of a symphony: instinct, distinct, and extinct. One of the most complex iterations of Gradually Going Tornado was performed at the Arnolfini Gallery in Bristol on 20th March 1976. Elaborating upon his understanding and conception of the process, Negu explained, "The primordial position, that is blind bite, is self-preservation, survival, procreation, natural selection, aggression, or tenderness. Outside this triangular plane of dynamic energies and above it, the diagonal degree of creation, the generative force, crystallizes itself into the second position. Here, the merely natural arena of forces from blind bite actively become culturalized. Horizontal rectangular reign is a social network of communications, control, method, system, pattern, structure are criteria of this level. Horizontal reign means subordination. As individual units, we behave according to the consensus of the masses. This rectangular-shaped behavior, due to gradual erosion and individual awareness, might become a belt of frustrations. Then we need to readjust them to new demands. This is the third and final position of the cycle. Going tornado, he concluded that getting ready for the position of tornado signifies the preparation for reaching evolution and revolution, concentrated into a moment of supreme reassessment by one's disembodied spirit, resulting in, I would argue, in the disintegration of the boundaries of the ego and all that is solid melting into air. Gradually, Going Tornado, as with earlier performances of Blind Bite, resulted too in the actual and theoretical entanglement of the human and non-human. Andrei Lepecki interestingly observes that in profound and uncanny ways, the segmentation of both subject and object that Negu identifies and cartographs have sought to put the figurative elements under stress by imposing on them a geometric axionomic grid, anthropocosmos in brackets, as geographers would use meridians and parallels across oceans and continents. It implies that the lines have to be understood as being both geometrical entities and existential connectors, what he would later call hyphens, a thought that parallels but also remarkably anticipates by a few years the philosophical insight of Gilles Deleuze when he stated in 1977, "As individuals and groups, we are made up of lines of very different sorts," to which I would also add Deleuze and Felix Guattari's tentacular and topological concept of assemblage, meaning a whole constructed from heterogeneous parts, both human and non-human, material and expressive, which can be diagmatized, at least temporarily, to produce a snapshot of multiplicity in a constant state of flux. As Lepecki elaborates, to attend to the many types of lines we are made up of would become Negu's main artistic project. Negu called it a project of map-making, a mode of delineating how energy flows are tied to subjectivity and how vectorial lines express and conduct social and aesthetic effort. For Negu to engage in such intense cartography would be the final step towards a real revolution. As he would write in relation to the concept of Going Tornado, individually and socially, to remember that our civil routine is an inhibitory prison and our roads umbilical dependencies is a difficult affair of the heart and mind, of guts and soul. To revolt is to revolt. Hyphen Ramp, the title of a subsequent and expanded sculptural performance held at the Serpentine Gallery in 1976, involved Negu's repeated attempts to run up a vertical wall to the sound of a continually ticking metronome, while his blindfolded collaborator Perry Robinson recorded the height of each failed effort by sensing the artist's impact with her hands or ear on or against the wall. In gradually Going Tornado, by way of a whirling dervish-like gyroscopic dance, and in the exhausting and exhaustive hurling of his body as a literal object, ob meaning against and jet to throw, against the wall in Hyphen Ramp, Negu explored the liminality of both existence and his aesthetic practice, succeeding in going beyond all the senses and achieving ritualistic ecstasy, deterritorialization, to use another Deleuze and Guattariism, and ultimately ecstatic extinction. Negu's final public performance, The Sublimation of the Flower, comprising Blind Bite, Horizontal Rain, and Going Tornado, took place in April 1977. In abandoning public and film performance, Negu would focus on conceptual sculptural installations, and yet just over a decade later, in 1988, he still believed that touching and direct body contact saves sculptural specificity from visual aesthetic infatuation. The perceiving body is to be participating, not distanced or diminished. Tantalizingly, he also continued to perform intermittently in private. Indeed, as Magda Radu points out, Negu lived and breathed with his sculptures and objects, and perpetually moving them and turning them into objects of meditation within and without his studio was a day-to-day necessity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nicola, and apologies to both you and to Vivian. So I will reintroduce Vivian K. Chang. She's an art historian and associate professor at Hong Kong University. And her interest is working with women in domesticity in the art contexts. She's a forthcoming monograph, which is titled Fantasies of Homemaking, Art, Migration and Traditional East Asia. She's published extensively in Art Journal, Third Text, Sculpture Journal, Issue and Index Journal. And if you please welcome Vivian K. Chang.
Hi everyone, thanks for the nice introduction. My name is Vivian. Today my paper examines a series of sounding sculptural works created by Paris-based Chinese artist Shen Yuan, which take the form of the human tongue, a symbol of both flesh and language. She moved to Paris in 1990. Suddenly, her mother tongue became useless, and the language in her adopted country was nothing more than incomprehensible noise. Trapped in a phasic isolation, she started to create artworks to communicate her struggles with verbal inarticulacy as a migrant woman inhabiting a foreign environment. Constructed from quotidian items found at home, such as ice, cloth, and sharp knives, Shen's various sculptural evocations of human tongues, whether silent, whispering, or shouting, emit illegible voices beyond language. Meanwhile, her works also generate heat, smell, or reveal a lively state of persistent transformation from one shape, texture, scale, or color to another. Viewers are implicated in a vital, mutable, and highly charged environment of unsettled domesticity, where they risk, recognize, or confront their material and socio-political connections. This paper discusses how Shen's work stimulates viewers' dynamic, multisensory engagements, posing a challenge to the centrality of vision in the study of art within art history. He also investigates in what ways Shen's practice gives insights into our ethical and political commitments to the multiplicity and changeability of other bodies, both human and beyond, dislodging the clear binary divisions between self and other, subject and object, native and foreign, as well as belonging and unbelonging. Now we are going to move to specific works of art. Created a few years after her move to France and presented in her first solo exhibition held in Paris in 1994, Wasting One's Spittle comprised 9 large ice tongues made from a mixture of water, Coca-Cola, white wine, and orange juice. It's very tasty. I taste, for once. It's more like kind of cocktail. These ice tongues attached to the walls and pillars of a narrow basement, which was used as a temporary exhibition space. Each ice tongue was frost-bound and suspended over a metal spittle or underground. They allured viewers to come close, seeing their material construction, while demonstrating an interruptive force of intrusion. Basically, they are intruding into the viewer's space. The English title, Wasting One's Spittle, is a literal translation of the old Chinese saying, 白费口舌, which could be put better into English as wasting one's breath, indicating the situation of saying a lot, but the result is meaningless. Multiple titles, meanings, and languages are strategically used by the artist as a linguistic palm, revealing the inadequacy of translations from one language or culture to another state. Gradually, these hard and rigid frozen tongues started to soften and melt. Job by job, the melting ice dripped into the metal spittle, generating intermittent, gentle sound of drip job, which broke the silence and attracted viewers' attention. It was revealed that these ice tongues were in fact supported by sharp and pointed kitchen knives nailed to the walls. The glinting blades emerged into viewers' sight over the course of thawing. The sound eventually vanished, and viewers were exposed to the silent truth of cruelty. For the artist, the melting process symbolizes jewelry, through which the tongue dispels itself. Owing to the color of the liquid mixture, this orange-red color, these drooling tongues also seem to be bleeding, evoking tangible feelings of pain and anxiety. The piece visualizes how the excessive waste of one's words leads to the painful loss of tongues, which also make reference to languages. In the meantime, the particular way that these tongues protrude would also make any comprehensible verbal communication hardly possible. So basically, no matter how many languages you can speak, when you protrude your tongue, you cannot speak any languages properly. So this situation of aphasia is communicated to viewers by virtue of the material construction and placement of these ice tongues. It's worth underlining that Shen's work is never limited to conveying her own experience of isolation or exclusion as a migrant woman artist. Rather, Shen's drooling tongues intensify viewers' bodily sensory experiences, forging communication despite linguistic or cultural barriers. Its viewers' active and responsive engagement with the dissolution of ice tongues and eventually sharp gleaming knife blades under interior light that make the panic and helplessness owing to the inability to speak a foreign language with subtlety, precision, and confidence specifically felt and comprehended. Moreover, although Shen's work of human tongues are often discussed as sculptural or installation works, they produce diverse acoustic effects, which can forge interesting conversations with some recent studies on sonic art by scholars such as Brendan LaBelle and Salome Vogli. So basically, vibrating and reverberating along and across bodies and things, sound plays a crucial role in Shen's exploration of the relational and transversal character of inhabiting within a constantly changing, globalizing world, in spite of inevitable dissonance and discord that characterize multiple border-crossing connections. The investigation of the sonic dimension of Shen's work, the investigation of sonic dimension of Shen's sculptural evocations of human tongues poses a challenge to the centrality of vision in the study of art, or the so-called mute visuality within art history, as Ming Yue Ma has discussed. However, the investigation of the sonic aspect of Shen's practice is by no means to push aside the rich and effective visual configuration of her work of art. Instead, the visual and acoustic dimensions of her work are productively intertwined to stimulate viewers' engagements by virtue of their full sensorium. While thawing, Shen's ice tongues, along with gentle sounds of drip job, create a range of shapes and forms, demonstrating a visual language of diversity and multiplicity, which cannot conform to a homogenizing process of assimilation, normally manipulated by governments that tends to negate and suppress difference and alterity caused by immigration. So basically, it normally takes around 5 to 6 hours for these tongues to melt to nothing. And then this natural process of thawing could be out of people's control. They symbolize migratory bodies. In the meantime, they embody diversity and multiplicity, which could be by no means related to sameness or assimilation, normally manipulated by governments for migration control. In addition, over the years, Shen insists on using edible liquids without chemical coloring when producing these ice tones. Viewers, of course, wouldn't really leak the work in the exhibition. Nonetheless, for Shen, edible substances make the work lively effective, which stimulates viewers' senses of taste and smell, though hardly perceptible, while particles of matter floating in the air and transmitting between and across bodies of things and the exhibition space. With her sculptural work, she stimulates viewers' sensibilities towards sound, smell, taste, which can penetrate into the depth of viewers' bodies, shedding light on heterogeneous matter running alongside and across humans, which is in fact not completely or exclusively human. In this way, she compels viewers to reflect on the embedded and responsible engagement with the dynamic reconfigurings of her ice tones that are emblematic of intrusive, fluid, and potentially threatening strange outsiders. With her work, Shen brings to the fore a form of belonging, predicted not on sameness, but on complex, imbricated material and social relations that give rise to sensory commonalities and distorting entanglements beyond physical, cultural, and linguistic boundaries. This is the first work discussed in today's paper. Now we move to the second one. In 1999, Shen created another work, Diverge Tone, a huge inflatable folk tone modeled on a children's toy whistle and fabricated from bright orange cloth that recalls the flashy corporeality of the human body. The fabric tone is attached to a thick plastic pipe suspended from one corner of the room, while the pipe, an air blower positioned behind the wall, is turned on and off at 3 to 4 minutes intervals, pumping up and down the inflatable tongue. The tongue unfolds to reveal its folded shape and then curls up along the polished aluminium reflective floor. According to the artist, the one with his tongue stuck out, the one with a forked tongue, speaks with a trill and the accent of a distant place. The one with a forked tongue wishes to speak 2 languages with 1 tongue, but neither language is spoken clearly. When creating this work, Shen had resided in Paris for nearly a decade and become a typical global artist, traveling frequently for exhibitions across the world. At this particular stage, her practice has turned attention from the painful loss of language after relocating in an unfamiliar foreign environment to the difficulty and helplessness of mastering 2 distinct languages and comfortably straddling 2 different cultures, which are often encountered by immigrants. Diverged tongue is also rendered as an aphasic tongue, which speaks and communicates via sound and its peculiar material configuration. When it's inflated and extended, the movement of this huge tongue generates a deafening noise from the blower, aggressively invading into the viewer's space. The helplessness and pain of handling 2 languages and surviving in between 2 cultures are articulated by virtue of this visually, acoustically, and physically compelling encounter with the work, which evokes tangible feelings of disquiet and unsettledness. It really invades into the viewer's space. By contrast, when it's deflated and rolled up, is a silent, nearly absent presence, which attracts almost no attention from viewers. This interesting alternation between noisy aggression and quiet submission is in line with the ambivalent status of immigrants or foreign residents who are often deracinated and neglected in the public space, yet also at times considered a potential risk to native cultures. Again, the ambivalent status of migrants has been communicated by the particular material construction of the piece. Viewers could be simultaneously dominant and vulnerable in relation to this imposing phasic tone, alternating between folding and unfolding. When standing in front of the completely folded work, viewers seem to take a powerful position. However, in the next moment, they're exposed to the threatening invasion or even attack from the extended folk tone. Viewers, in this sense, are important agentive participants whose kinesthetic, multisensory engagements contribute to the work's ongoing construction of otherness with a folk tone, as well as their shared surrounding environment, making it possible to envision a form of togetherness, transgressing rather than reinforcing a clear differentiation between inclusion and exclusion, belonging and unbelonging. Shen's most recent work, taking the form of human tones, is Hurry Words, created in 2009. It comprises 80 hair dryers hanging via electronic cools from the ceiling, which are switched on and off intermittently, emanating familiar but unpleasant noise and blowing out air that inflates the multicolored fabric tones attached at the bottom, generating heat because they are hair dryers. The work creates a tense and chaotic situation in which a range of abruptly protruding tongues seem to be competing with one another in a set of furious debates. Of course, viewers can hardly walk around or through the piece simply with ease. They're exposed to unpredictable invasions and gentle attacks purely by chance. At times, some protruding fabric tongues stroke their faces, shoulders, or hands, engendering discomfort while anchoring them in this affective, sonic environment of eager articulation and ineffective communication that is reminiscent of a globalizing world system marked by connections, competitions, and collisions among nations, regions, places, communities, and individuals, of course, utilizing different languages. The sound and heat emanating from the work penetrate viewers' bodies via ears and skin, heightening their inextricable multisensory entanglements with the lively ongoing construction of a volatile, discordant, but functioning network of cohabitation, which refutes any direct types of control and domination often set up to reinforce uniformity while suppressing austerity, unruliness, and contingency. With her work, Shen sheds light on the potential of contemporary art to foster connectedness on bodily and sensuous levels beyond geographical, cultural, and linguistic differences. To expand this a little bit, I'm going to end today's paper with a discussion of Shen's work, One Morning in the World, first presented in 2000. The work brings to the fore the artist's distinctive ethical point of view on transnational, transcultural encounters, of which disparities and exclusion always constitute an indispensable part. The construction of the piece resembles the foreground or rooftop of the traditional courtyard house in the Fujian province in China, where the artist was born and brought up. All the tiles and other materials used for the piece were collected from her hometown. Once stepping into the room, viewers immediately hear the recorded sounds of everyday life, including buzzing or barking dogs and murmurs of humans, and smell the spices and air-dried duck put on the rooftop. Similar to her works of human tones, the piece activates viewers' self-aware sentience and places them in an immersive environment, as if standing on the rooftop in the artist's hometown of a distant culture. However, viewers are only provided with a bird's eye view without the benefit of experiencing what lies beneath the roof. They are rejected to have a more in-depth exploration of the specific living and cultural circumstances. Calling forth viewers' kinesthetic, multisensory involvements and contributions, while refusing their intimate engagements with specific local conditions of life and culture, the work actually leads to tangible, situated experience of alienation and exclusion that characterize myriad conditions of cross-border migration and cross-cultural exchanges. Shen's practice, I would suggest, puts forward a distinctive perspective on people's ethical responsibilities towards the lives of others, which underlies the cultivation of effective and response-able connections without negating discrepancies, discourse, false communication, and misunderstanding. So here, normally, when we talk about cross-cultural communication, ideally, we tend to forge, fully comprehensive, mutual understanding. However, fully comprehensive, mutual understanding could be also impossible due to language barriers, socio-cultural differences. By virtue of her work, I think the artist brings to the fore this idea, despite conflicts, despite misunderstandings, and fluid communication, we can still make certain connection by virtue of the material, sensuous level of the artistic production. This is less about the inevitability of exclusion and constraints in the constitution of all forms of affinities and alliances, but more about taking the responsibility for the perpetually open contestations and reconstitutions of boundaries, relatedness, and otherness. In this way, exclusion and collision are not stably defined on the basis of a clear-cut division of belonging and foreignness, but always open to change, transformation, so as to engender new connections as well as frictions, discourse, and struggles. At times, it's risks, uncertainties, and conflicts that bring forth more profound affirmation of relationality and connectivity, posing a challenge to any hegemonic system that tends to conceal or negate the irreducible and unassimilable. This is my talk today. Thanks so much.
If you may. And Maria and Martin and Nicola, if you would like to join us for some questions.
I will need one more chair.
That's all right. There you go. Thank you. Thanks so much. I think we could manage to have a few days for each of those presentations, just given the amount of, for a small brain like mine, I'm kind of quite overwhelmed. There was something that seemed to keep reoccurring, slightly differently phrased by each of you, but there was about a commonality of the senses. It'd be great if one of you'd like to take that on before we take questions from the floor.
So the commonality of the senses, right? I think these presentations were almost selected in a chronological order, right? And I think it's quite. I mean, I'm working, at a museum which represents the folk art movement, which were Victor Rosalie was the epicenter of optical art, and it is quite interesting that we have a museum educational department that really tries to center on this multi-sensory experience for the visitors. And we also have a specific day here when we invite visually impaired and blind persons, and we did in many artworks like oil canvas paintings as three-dimensional model. My presentation today was focusing on a different era and different artists and different aspects. But I think we are here also museum space, and I'm not sure how much emphasis is in the UK on these aspects in the museum pedagogy and in the museum installation, how we construct permanent exhibitions in general. And these answers that we received from our visitors, and this program is going on for more than a decade now, and I think it's really fascinating, the way how we can transform a two-dimensional work, like an optical work, that focusing on visual illusion. So the artists in the 1950s, 60s were dealing with the fact how we can represent three-dimensionality and four-dimensionality, because the space and the time element represent the fourth dimension in this case, to mock up the third and the fourth dimension. And then now we are trying to find solutions how we can convey that to visitors who are not able to kind of embrace that, what's optically that's not in the picture, but maybe they can make a better sense out of what the artist wanted to represent. However, it was not his intention that in that time, in the 40s and the 50s, there were less emphasis on the multisensory experience. It was in the 60s, I think, when these ideas came into everyday parts, right? And I was really happy to learn about this Romanian British artist who I think was also in contact with Daniel Spurry. Daniel Spurry invented the food art in a way, so that was also another dimension, that how we can engage with smell, with other kind of tactile elements of art, and I think they lived in the same era, both Romanian origin and working also in France and here in the UK. So I think it's really fascinating that you organize this conference, because this is what we also wanted to do now, the museum space, and there is so much to learn about persons who are, blind from birth, so they have a much more sensitivity, I think, and why we should exclude them. I mean, maybe they can render the visual world much better than us,
Just before I open to the floor for questions, the Klieg and Hannah Thompson make a point about blindness games. So what we're doing is not necessarily a for or about blindness, but rather it's about, we're not taught to use our senses, whether you're sighted or not. So that in terms of touch, smell, taste, all of the senses, and we're not taught, certainly not listening. So we're thinking that there is an advantage from what non-sighted or low-sighted persons can bring to the discussion and to education. And do we have any questions on the floor? Thanks, Chris.
Thanks to all that fascinating collection of presentations, and what I'm left with is that there was one of the quotes that was about interthinking, and it is really interesting to have you all together and to think across your presentations. And I was struck by Maria's generosity that you might be willing to share your presentation afterwards. And the reason that struck me is because as you were talking, because I couldn't see a lot of the visual material, but I was really keen to, I was Googling on my phone to see if I could come up with any of these references that you were saying. Some of them came up, like the Molinage, the Vision PDF, I've saved to my library, and I was just rapidly trying to hear the references and save them. And what struck me is that it would be so useful if things like the case studies that were spoken about, were in one kind of body. And it would also be useful as some of those key visual images and material and videos in such a collection of materials were described, so that we can continue to build from one another, not just in a sporadic way at a conference like this. So I guess my question to you, any of you really, is, we have heard this little touch point of your practices, but what I was left thinking was, yes, but what now, or what next? Like, what happens with this work, or these insights, these presentations? So yeah, I'll just be interested in any of you responding to where that goes.
So, would you like to?
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much for your comment, Weston. Well, apart from the publication of that study, with the artist Lucia Page and myself, we're organizing for the first time in her house, studio, the first tactile encounters in nature. So she has all these pieces in her villa, in her country house, and she has opened the doors to more people, not only blind people, but sighted people as well, to enjoy those pieces. So we don't want this to be only a scholarly article, we want this to be a practice and spread the word and be able to organize more experiences, art experiences such as this one. So we're organizing that. That's an example of where this goes to.
Thank you for the question. I'm not sure exactly where my research will go, but I came across Paul Navy, the artist I spoke about, quite serendipitously as a result of some work I'm doing with a Romanian CIC, community organisation. And as a result of that work, I had a conversation with a trustee from the Paul Navy Foundation, who was going to be here today, but sadly she was not well. And so, yeah, as a result of my connection with her, I'm kind of interested in doing some work with the Paul Navy Foundation. I don't know what that will look like, but there's definitely work to be done. And, they have an amazing website. A lot of the stuff is online on the Paul Navy Foundation website. But, there were various projects planned that got cancelled because of COVID. I think there was something meant to happen at the Camden Arts Centre, and there was meant to be a reenactment of Caveman at Tate Modern, I think. That was also cancelled during the COVID period. So, not sure, but I'm interested in exploring possibilities. Thank you.
I guess I might ask something by going back to the sensory commonalities, because the second question is also related to teaching and learning in terms of touching beyond visuality. I would say basically as an art historian, I've been trained in terms of how to do visual analysis. So visual analysis and visuality could be always about education and privilege. So in that case, taste, smell, including touch, to be more egalitarian. So that's also something very interesting to consider sensory commonalities, because for people who cannot speak certain language, who cannot access certain galleries, certain museum collections, they can still have the equal access to smell and taste. I think that's much more fascinating than the so-called artistic participation, because basically it kind of makes different forms of boundaries and hierarchies more even rather than uneven. So that's also something I think very fascinating to consider commonalities, sensory commonalities, without negating differences. So that's nice.
I can say something related to the role of education in this multisensory art experience. I think, in answering your question, I think the importance of raising tactile awareness in those initiatives, the example that I give you about these encounters that we are organizing for is the last weekend in May. In case someone is interested, you can contact me. These encounters in nature, we have talked to the mayor of the town. He's going to provide some accommodations. He never heard about tactile experiences before, so we are trying to educate and raise that awareness of the importance of exploring senses in art appreciation.
There's a question at the back.
Yeah.
Thanks. Thanks to everybody for your interesting presentation. One of the things that occurred to me about the kind of historical examples that we were using this morning is that I wonder how much there is a connection with the changes in the art world over the last few decades. Particularly, I'm thinking about the massive increase in the marketisation of the art world, sort of from the 80s onwards. Because it seems to be interesting, talking about Mahalinaj and Kepesh, that obviously they come from that sort of Bauhaus history that was very much about a time when art was seen as something about social experimentation, the creation of a new world post First World War. There are similar things that happened in the 50s. Then when we talk about Paul Miangu, who very much comes out of the 1960s counterculture, where there was a real emphasis on multimedia installation and performance, and a whole kind of countercultural sense of music, dance, theatre, the art, visual arts, all kinds of things being kind of brought together and connected. And I wonder how much you feel we've sort of lost some of that social dimension in the way in which the art world has changed, because that marketisation has totally affected artists. It's also totally affected art education, it's totally affected museums and art galleries and the way in which they function. So I just wondered what you feel about that, whether it's just me because I'm old and nostalgic, or whether there is an issue there.
As I can start, one thing is that I mentioned a certain kind of egalitarian sensory perception. In the meantime, we need to be also very careful whether we also create a spectacularization of sensory experience. For example, we talk about the taste, we also talk about marketization. But this is not exactly the case of the works by Tirani, for example, tasting coloring all over the world. So that's more like certain kind of artist branding process. I guess one commonality across both papers could be something about different sensory experiences which can slow down the process of artistic perception. Because when we go to art fairs, when we go to biennials, we just capture different images, have a glance at artistic production, different works, painting, sculpture, installation. We never really slow down to perceive So that's one thing from multi-sensory experience, how the underlying of sensory experiences can slow down, protract this engagement. I think that could be anti-marketization, anti-spectacularization. So that's also something very interesting. But there's a fine line, as mentioned, how these works can be different from tasting colors from recreational as treatment. So that's worth further investigation.
So in my presentation, I wanted to give a case study on this participation art, seen as way how artists and visitors could engage, in a dialogue, and that was against marketization. So both, all the post-Bauhaus artists, in the 50s and 60s, they were interested to make a communal art that is participatory, that is multi-sensory, and we can engage them as a group, and we should also produce these artworks in a collaborative process as a group work. And that was a big shift in art making, because that exploded the art market. That gave a new understanding of how one-off artwork could be and should be appreciated. Because that was the birth of the art market as well, like the 60s. And these artists like Mowgli, Kakashanin, and Maserati, Maserati came up with a manifesto in 1955 about the multiplication of the art, multiplication, extension, and it was also a third term he used in that manifesto, which was about against the uniqueness of the art. So he didn't make any distinction between a one-off painting that could be acquired by a gallery, by an individual, and place it in the living room or in the storage room, because a prototype was the most important thing, and his wish was, that from that prototype you could do with the same quality of work in a different size, in a different medium, maybe 100 years later, with the same uniqueness. So it was no distinction between the single artwork and its multiplicated version. And also how to embrace, how to engage these artworks. It was also a new understanding of art appreciation. So the kinetic art, live art, that was one of the new medium in that sense. That in a group, in a large group, as a community, you were able to engage these works, not as like a lonely person walking around the gallery, and you have this kind of auratic space at a museum, like being in a church or in a temple, but you have to share, so the shared quality of the artwork. That was the new emphasis that these artists try to give as a new paradigm in that sense.
Yes, just to add, I think when you're making the point about spectacularizing, that is a real risk, and I think it goes for any any of those categories. Yeah, it's a real risk, and that's something that we're very mindful of in the work that we're doing. I think we've time for
one more.
Yeah,
One more.
do we have more questions from the floor? Thanks.
Thank you all for some great papers. I just wondered if we could distill what you think the main provocations are to current museum and institutional practices that we can take away from your papers and each of the case studies that we looked at. It seems that we have an opportunity as part of this project to rethink how we install, display, and curate exhibitions. And if there was something during your research that you thought, oh, I'd really love to see more of this being done, what exactly would that thing be?
Obviously, I would like to see more acceptance to the idea of touch the pieces in art institutions or galleries. I know not everybody is as generous as the artists that I work with in the field. Just let alone to invite people to her studio and house to touch. But in galleries, and for example, another example that I was very happy to was in my hometown in Almeria, in Spain. I just had a meeting on Monday with the director of the Museo del Realismo, a new museum, art museum. They have some sculptures, and I presented the possibility of doing tactile explorations with gloves. Of course, they didn't allow otherwise, but at least it's a beginning to receive the idea of tactile explorations and workshops and invite the community to perceive and sense the artwork in a different way. So that is what I would like to see more, that kind of attitude.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree with that, and yeah, I think just spaces as exploratory, terrains, the tactile being very important there, and yeah, I was intrigued by. I was going to finish my paper in a conventional way by mentioning what I haven't been able to find much more about, but is Negu's expanded and expansive plans for an active art museum. From the 70s onwards and from 2000, his envisioning of the contemporary art museum, otherwise known as the Utopian Museum. So I was kind of intrigued to know what those might be like in the context of that question, and thinking, how those spaces might relate to thinking of visuals. I feel like they absolutely would, and in that sense, there was great resonance there with your paper, and yeah, that was my thought on that.
Well, I think my thought is more like what we can do and cannot do can be also very interesting within the institution. For example, for the ice towns, people are now allowed to really, leave the ice towns. That's also for various reasons, going through security reasons and insurance and everything. And I tasted once in the artist studio. So basically, the making process of design house is very similar to the making of popsicles at home. The artist got a set of silicone molds and pour the liquid into the mold, and basically put them into the freezer over the night. And every morning, she installs the site of ice house. Indeed, after installation, that could be out of human control. So basically, it's within the institution. It conforms to institutional regulations. So in the meantime, the material configuration of the work itself goes beyond institutional control. It also goes beyond human control. I think that's also something for us to consider. We are not celebrating sensory experiences. Actually, sensory experiences or exhibitions could be also under control or out of control. I think that's also very interesting to consider what is curatorial process, how to find the balance.
I can give you an example which gave a critical understanding of this question, how we can behave at a museum where we are equipped with all these fascinating visual materials. this is an artwork by a Hong Kong-based Australian artist, Jeffrey Shaw. And he did a piece a few years ago where you can attach a VR set to your head and to change the pictures, and the pictures were different museum gallery installations. And in order to do that, you have to use your tongue, to move from one picture to another. So I'm sure that there could be a lot of installation technique implemented, in order to make that experience possible. And I think that the museums, as such, the term of the museum, it's a very outdated by now, and we have to work on to find new way to present materials to the visitors. I'm not sure that immersive museums would be the answer for that, but as a museum director, I see that this is very challenging right now. In a culture, every kid are walking around with their smartphone, looking at the screen. So we are bombarded with visual information in every second, but we still forget about the other senses that we have to also play around to a full body experience in a museum.
Thanks so much. Wonderful presentation. So I do not love my enemy, and the time is my enemy. Unfortunately, I couldn't listen to you all day. Lunch is provided, which I believe is in the room where the coffee and water was this morning. And we would like to start probably 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Hello. Welcome to session 2 of the conference, which is entitled Practice-Based Research. My name is Joseph Rizzo-Naudi. I'm a white guy in my mid-30s. I'm currently wearing black jeans, a black denim jacket, and a red t-shirt, which I got 18 years ago at a Bonnie Prince Billy concert. I'm a writer and a postgraduate researcher at Royal Holloway, and I identify as blind because I'm enabled and often delighted by non-visual ways of doing things and communicating. I am researching artwork description and fiction technique and blindness as a generative approach and creative practice. We're going to be looking at practice-based research in this session. And I thought I'd just very, very quickly share some words which came up from the morning session that we just had, some language which was brought into the room, which I feel really speaks to ideas around practice-based research, in particular in the context of blindness gain, and blindness as a way of knowing. And these words were balance, control, communality, collective, interactive, multisensory, language, palpability, gain, advantage, justice, acceptance, process, access, inclusion, exploration, and that's it. And many more. So I'm going to keep it pretty snappy in between the presentations to give the presenters as much time as possible on the stage. Just a reminder that this is a relaxed space, so please feel free to move around, get up whenever you want to use the bathroom or to take a break. There's absolutely no problem with doing that. We will be finishing at 4 p.m. on the dot. So that's 2 hours. So it's a long time to be seated. So please do come in and out. I would like to invite and remind as well the presenters to please describe images and slides that you're showing, and also invite them to self-describe as well if they would like to. Great. Without further ado then, it's my very great pleasure to invite Georgie Sleep to the stage, an artist who will be talking about the importance of haptic perception in sculptural practice.
Thank you. I'm a white woman. I don't have my bus pass. I've got short brown hair, glasses, a bright blue shirt, and black trousers today. These are the Embraces, a series of 8 papier-mâché sculptures I made in Egypt between 2018 and 22. In this video, we see them in a large white gallery room in low light. They're all different shapes, but seem a companionable group. None is bigger than about 60 centimeters in any direction. Each is held at shoulder height by a white tripod stand with a slim stem that disappears up a channel into it. Each has a clear upper and lower half that meet a distinct equator. Some are the yellow of sun-bleached newsprint, others are pale, pulpy grey. Other than that, descriptions of the Embraces rely on partial resemblances to familiar things. There's a squat, saddle-sided diamond with high-sided teardrops that flow from each end to the equator. A slimmer diamond hidden within sneaky ridges. 2 pointy vertical zeppelins, one's knobbly, the other crispy. One seems part turtle shell, part bowler hat. Another has plump lobes like a plant bulb. 2 are like sandwiched limpet shells, their big bases stuck together. The heavy one bows its stand. The other is more elegant and has fluted waves. Standing in a row, they make shadows on the wall. I come into shot and spread them out across the room. Some are easily lifted, others need dragging. These are haptic forms. Their contours and characters were shaped by the length, curvature, and hinging action of my left arm. They also prompt a haptic response in other people. When they were shown in this gallery, Art Institution in Cairo, they seemed to welcome other hands. Lots of people asked to touch them. Now I'm thinking about new forms that can be understood by those who do not see them. Things that can be percussed or wobbled or felt your way along or that relate to sounds around them. Hello? Brilliant. But I'll begin in 2015 when my increasing awareness of what my gaze was doing to the world and my experience of the world made me determined to get to know the character of my other senses. I was at Malmo Art Academy doing a lot of drawings of the graveyard beyond and below my studio window. This soft pastel drawing is 112 centimeters wide by only 54 high, made with determined marks in bright colours. 3 rows of grave plots are seen from far above and end on, so that the path between the rows extends across the paper. The grave plots are depicted as I saw them, so a pattern of bottom-heavy rectangles straight ahead of me, becoming increasingly slim and slanting little parallelograms at the peripheries of my vision and the paper. Every man is the centre of his own universe that recedes away from him in all directions and undergoes continuously altering distortions as he scans it. That was written by art historian John White in 1953 and read by me in 2016. But anxious and lonely, I did not want to be the isolated nucleus of my own very uncomfortable universe. I knew intellectually that we are all immersed in the world's ever-changing material continuity. Could changing the way I used my senses and use them to make forms help me to know myself in the rhythm of things in the world? My hope was encouraged by reading anthropologist Edmund Carpenter's research about the haptic wisdom of the indigenous Avalik people of the Arctic Bering Strait. Their homeland disempowers vision through winter-long darkness or the total uniform whiteness of land and sky. So they orientate themselves with other signs, the feeling of the wind on their skin, the sound of ice cracking in the distance, the feeling of the texture of the ground underfoot. Carpenter said that he knew of no example of an Avalik person describing space primarily in visual terms, and that they were gifted mechanics because they didn't see something like a skidoo engine as a static thing, but as directions in operation, a useful way to imagine a sculpture in progress. The embraces began as an appealing physical action I was imagining. I wanted to make something within my arms, like put something into the space right in front of my chest, too close for me to see. I did not want to rely on my judging eyes. How can you gradually fill up a space in the air? Papier-mâché, newsprint paper and PVA glue. Wanting to work somewhere hot and sunny where the paper would dry quickly, I moved to Egypt, where I still live. Oh, I can go back here. I started with dense paper discs like drum cymbals. We see them here. The photo shows them piled up on dusty concrete. The biggest on the floor is 70 centimeters across, the top one 10. Their pale surfaces are irregular with visible paper scraps in. At the center of the top disc, you can just see a small upturned steel nipple. When placed on the top of the spike of one of the tripod stands, the discs could balance. Standing beside one, I'd reach over or under it so that my fingers met the far edge of the disc. Holding my bent elbow perpendicular to it, a triangular volume of air would appear under my arm. The material condensed to fill those volumes. But the wet weight of the first layer of gluey crumples of pieces of paper I was using made the symbols soften and sag. The horizontal equators suddenly became undulating ellipses. This photo shows two forms, just begun, balanced on their stands on rocky ground behind my studio. Behind them, lush fields are lit by low sun. They're about 50 centimeters across, and their material is about 8 centimeters deep. They look like rough saddles. The close one is facing us, its profile like an upside-down U. The far one is on the other axis, so we see it like a low half circle, formed by the flat top line meeting the sagging side. These forms, and our years together, became interesting because the discs had sagged. I'd planned to investigate the relationship between flat circles and vertical triangles. But then, now, every angle, every space, every handhold I made had to be different, was different. When a material behaves unpredictably like this, it begins a conversation. You have to find a way that you can reply to adapt but hold on to necessary principles. This phone video was shot at night on the patio outside my studio. It shows my glue-encrusted hands stretching over a yellowing, bottom-heavy lump. The camera moves up to a nodule of fresh white papers that have been piled up until they reach my inner elbow. The arm pulls away to show the whole wobbling form. it was still completely mysterious, far too small, and surrounded by an orbit of uncertain space that occupied me for years. I told you about the philosophical and emotional origins of my haptic explorations. I keep going for simpler reasons. I want to be in that mode of not knowing, to need to pay attention to my materials and my body and the directions in operation, to need to reserve judgment, knowing that my sight, although of course useful, cannot lead the way of the work. After a pause, After a pause, I came back to the embraces in 2022. For months, I did not pay proper attention. I didn't realize that my hand and wrist were softening outwards to cup unnecessary air. The forms grew bulbous and needlessly heavy, mislaying the principle of using my arm as a straight as possible measure had drained the purpose and pleasure from the work. Without it, the forms could be any old shape, but they wouldn't have been the shapes that they were meant to be. So I pulled off months of work in a weekend. This photo shows a form lying on its side on a bit of foam after being soaked in a bucket. Its two interlocking cones are facing away from each other. The right-hand cone is smooth, pale, and very rotund. The other is rough and glue-encrusted and has had lumps of wet paper torn off it. They and some pliers lie beside it. I pulled back and back until I reached something I could trust, straight sides, or in one case, a bare disc. Then, for a month or so, I gave my full physical attention, feeling what each angle needed my arm and hand to do. Feeling like this often feels more like listening to the form. I felt a rare, peaceful excitement as the forms revealed themselves. This video shows me in profile, standing beside a nearly done sculpture. Balanced in front of me, it looks fit to fill my arms. It resembles two wide, pale, limpet seashells stuck together so their points face up and down. Each is covered in fluted waves which widen out towards the equator where they crest in grip-formed curls. A fresh row of stacked papers, like a pile of business cards, are piled up along the far side of the lower hemisphere. I slide my bare arm under the form, embracing it tightly and squashing the stack so it molds against the contours of my palm. My eyes could never have invented that form or made its rhythms, its contours. Nor could they have seen or known the long-lost, deeply submerged memory that my arm found as it reached over this form. It's the one I described earlier as a saddle-sided diamond with teardrops that flow to the equator. Now, think of the end of the teardrops that you see as being the size of an egg. In some places around the sagged equator of this one, my fingers had to curl up and then inwards to find the edge of the disc, leaving me cupping an egg-sized volume of air. As I felt that egginess one day in my studio in Cairo in 2022, I also felt myself to be about 15 in school uniform, standing in the kitchen as my mum, who'd been cooking, hugged me gently because she had to protect the egg in her hand that she just lifted over my back. After this haptic memory happened, I knew how to fill the last of the space between me and the form. The video shows me reaching under it to grip an egg-sized ridge of dense paper pulp. That's where you're getting with that one. Okay. Chapter 2. Now I'll tell you about 3 tree branches whose shapes were changed by the weight of my body and steam which made them flexible. I worked with them at the Thread Residency Centre in Senegal in 2023. I'd found them on a fallen tree in the bush, cut them off and brought them to the sturdy old cashew nut tree in Thread's garden. The generous space under its lovely canopy had become my outdoor studio. One of its strong arms was the fixed point from which the branches could hang like swings. The video shows me swinging. My back's to the camera, I'm facing into bright sun and luminous vegetation. My legs are stretched out ahead of me above the mossy ground. I'm sitting near the thick end of the longest of my 3 branches. It's about 4 centimetres thick here. Starting out about 3 metres long, the branch became a big oval curl like a prawn shell. The ropes of the swing are pressing in close to my hips, so the branch stretches out far either side. We see the end of a clear plastic sleeve that I'm sitting on, with a floppy plastic tube hanging off it. Behind me, there's a traditional charcoal burner, a stout hourglass-shaped steel chamber with a metal cooking pot on top with a steaming pipe coming out of the lid. Next shot, I'm further along the branch, which is now bending up steeply either side of me. My feet are down and I'm bouncing, encouraging the slim wood to stretch underneath me. Then I get off, twisting my shoulder under the ropes, and inspect the new crescent curve in its plastic sleeve. The second branch curved around the weight of my head. Here, in third shot, I'm lying on the ground beside it, as if I'm using it like a swinging pillow. I pull down harder and it makes me wince as the wood presses into my head. The third branch became a live, metre-long letter S. It's shown hanging sideways in soft evening light. My right hand pulled on it firmly. This video is 23 seconds long. How did the wood bend? Each swing section spent the hour before I exerted my force in a steam chamber, that plastic sleeve I've mentioned. Here it's shown in action, sealed round the branch at each end and filled with steam from the 2 tubes sewn into it. The fibres of the branch, which is attached to the pot of boiling water on top of the charcoal stove. The fibres of the branch loosened in the heat and became pliable, reformable. Here, the large curled branch hangs above it, silhouetted against the sun. After an hour, I'd pull off the tubes and get settled into position. Each evening, I'd trace around the branch on a big sheet of paper with a different coloured colouring pencil, so I could see how it was changing over time. I could follow, but not control. Like the embraces, the branches took on complex contours I could not have designed or made. Forms that are made by the body under the influence of their material do seem to become very kind of independent of me, independent things. They're surprising and lively and can have a strange sort of beauty. On my last day at Thread, I tried to make a simple white space for the branches. I wanted to see them for themselves more clearly amongst the chaotic space of colours and light under the cashew. Starting with the white wall of the little round house close by, I worked out and downward, spreading out bed sheets and big sheets of white paper, including that daily drawing of the biggest branch. Stones wrapped in white paper held everything down. The video shows what the scene became. Quite far away, the fine climbing arc of the head branch rests against the house. A mattress propped up beside it holds its big drawing of splayed coloured lines. Below them on the floor, the S branch, made by my hand, rests propped against a little white stone. Much closer, sharing the camera's space under the canopy, the big curl spins slowly. Next to it, a slim sheet of paper billows its serpentine of colours in the breeze. In a way, this was a very visual exercise made for the camera's viewpoint. Certainly, seen from the side, as in this picture, the composition I just described looks very indistinct and dwarfed by the world around it. But you also get a nice sense of the physicality of the day, the saggy old mattress and the blowy papers that needed lots of stones to hold them down, and of the toing and froing across the dark garden I did to the studio in the distance. I really loved gathering everything in and handling it all and I was trying to make a little place for my branches. Meanwhile, I was noticing that odd liveliness that they had and that around them, the whole space was feeling exciting. As the dusk fell, I sat down and drew. I wanted to get down the urgent beauty of everything, the branches and the tree and the house and the dusk. The drawing here is 32 by 45 centimetres and made with rapid pencil marks. I want to keep going from that day, and from this conference, to make new haptic forms and new places for them. Places that can be touched all over and explored and provoked into sound and movement and drawn from and enjoyed. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you so much, Georgie. Our next speaker is Daisy James, who is a transdisciplinary artist, and her practice intersects art, activism, and architecture. And she'll be speaking about East London smells.
Hello everyone, I'm Daisy. I am a tallish woman with red mid-length hair. Today I'm wearing black tracksuit pants with a yellow shirt, yellow socks and yellow trainers. I move expressively when I talk, often using my hands to emphasise ideas. My voice carries twangs of both Scouse and Mancunian accents. Right now it might sound a little shaky, but as I settle in, I hope it will steady. So, I am an artist, and to introduce my practice briefly, it is grounded in living, encompassing both daily acts of interruption, refusal and resistance on the one hand, and economies of love, care and reciprocity on the other. Until now, I had never made a scent-based artwork. I got here by following my nose. This afternoon, I'm here to introduce East London Smells, a year-long inquiry into the relationship between scent and sights. Developed collaboratively with Professor Alva Fatah Jenshik, this project has been commissioned under the UCL Trellis programme, a multi-stage art commissioning initiative bringing together artists, UCL researchers, and local East London communities. Ava and I came together with the idea for an architectural practice that could embrace imperfection, adaptation, and sensory engagement. We situated our work along Brick Lane, East London, and questioned if smells could be used as a way of demonstrating a person's right to place, and if so, could smells challenge the future of the built environment and save us from the ever-encroaching smooth city. Displayed on a neutral background is a delicate pressed jasmine flower. Its slender branching stems extend outward, carrying small, dried buds and faded blossoms. The once fragrant petals have turned a soft, muted brown, their texture slightly crinkled and translucent. The thin, wiry stems gently curve, giving the piece an intricate organic flow. Though dried, the jasmine retains an elegant, fragile beauty. For anyone unfamiliar with Brick Lane, its name comes from its history as a route for transporting bricks from nearby brick fields. Known for its rich cultural and ethnic diversity, it has housed various immigrant communities over the years. A large Jewish population thrived there until the late 20th century, and since the 1970s, it has been a hub for the Bangladeshi community. Today, many visitors know it for its iconic bagel shop and trendy vintage stores. A walk down Brick Lane takes you from the historic Boundary Estate, one of the first social housing projects, to rapidly evolving Whitechapel, where new place-making paradigms are redefining the area. To shape our collaborative practice, Ava and I met on Thursday evenings outside of the Whitechapel Gallery and slowly strolled along Brick Lane, allowing the space to guide our conversations and ideas. We walked in spring, summer, autumn and winter, in sun, rain and snow. Brick Lane was treated as our mutual friend, somewhere that we had in common, and someone who could help us to introduce ourselves. The shared journeys gave a multisensual experience of the area, demonstrating that in addition to what we see, and particularly to us, what we could smell, Brick Lane's identity was formed around a whole range of sounds, tastes, and haptic energies that make it a distinctive space. A glass display case showcases a variety of traditional Bangladeshi dishes. On the top shelf, several metal trays contain different types of bortas, mashed dishes, a staple of Bangladeshi cuisine. Some bortas appear to be made from vegetables, herbs and spices, while others have a darker fried texture, possibly dried keski fish or lentil-based mash. The colours range from golden yellow to deep brown, indicating a mix of ingredients like mustard oil, green chilies and onions. On the lower shelf, trays of rich, flavourful curries are displayed. Our research process included situated material experiments, visiting key sites in the area to experience and gather various smells. Outcomes from this experimentation were documented through collected objects like scented plants gathered on the boundary gardens and recorded lunches at different eateries in an area familiarly recognised as Bangatown. Our experiments took place at various stations to help us think about the effects of spatial structures and revealed insights into how distributed elements in space impact our sensory perception and how they can reproduce the lived sensory experience in space and time. One example of this process took place at Grand Bangla, a small restaurant where the owner generously invited us to try a variety of dishes. Bangladeshi food is traditionally eaten by hand, with rich spices and oils infusing every bite. As I ate, I wiped my hands on paper napkins, which gradually turned yellow and translucent from the turmeric and grease. The simple act revealed how scent and texture leave lasting imprints on materials, much like they do on memory and place. An animated GIF displaying a sequence of different rectangular bricks, each with slight variations in texture, colour and composition. The bricks appear to be made from compressed natural materials with a rough, fibrous surface. As the frames change, subtle differences in their shades, ranging from light beige to a slightly darker earthy tone, become visible. The edges of each brick are somewhat irregular, and the material looks porous. The animation cycles through these variations, providing a close-up view of their textures and natural imperfections. Following my experience at Grand Bangla, I felt drawn to experiment with paper and paper-making processes, an intuitive approach sparked by curiosity. Paper is malleable, accessible material that can be moulded, sculpted, and combined with other elements without the need for complex tools. More than that, it is a material that carries memory, holding onto creases, stains, and imprints that pass interactions. Given its availability, often free, it felt like the perfect medium for material tests. Working with paper pulp, I explored wet and dry ingredient combinations to recreate smells of Brick Lane. I'm going to pass you all a brick now. I'll start it here. The brick you are passing around now is made of cardboard soaked in beer. It captures the stories shared with me by the Nijor Manush, an activist group campaigning against the redevelopment of the Truman Brewery, which threatens to displace generations of families from a nearby housing estate. Beyond the beer brick, I also made bricks from bagels, incense sticks, coffee cups, spices, and rice. These objects embrace the complexity of cohabitating cultures and lifestyles, documenting how communities inhabit and project their identities through the sensory landscape. I ask that when audience handle these objects, they move beyond simply labelling scents as good or bad. Instead, I encourage a deeper conversation about what these smells evoke, personally, culturally, and socially. This image shows a group of people gathered on a street during daytime. The people are dressed in warm clothing such as coats, scarves, and hats, suggesting a cold season. They display various postures and expressions. Some appear engaged in conversation, while others look contemplative. A woman with red hair, me, wearing a dark coat, smiles as she interacts with others. Throughout our research, we invited others to walk with us and deepen our understanding of Brick Lane. On the last Thursday of November, we hosted Beyond Sight Loss, a user-led peer support organisation for blind and partially sighted people living and working in Tower Hamlets. So, the day of our workshop with Beyond Sight Loss, we broke it up into 3 parts. And the first was a walk along Brick Lane, as so much of my process had involved moving along Brick Lane, so repetitively. I gathered different stories, and I was really interested in how I could share those with other people, and then how not necessarily a tour of Brick Lane, but a shared walk might mean that they would introduce those back to me. We made 5 stops along the walk that were suggested by me, and other stops that were recommended by them. Of course, we had to stop at Bagel Bake. Everyone knows Brick Lane for its bagels. But there was other stops like Bashir & Sons, which sells leather goods. We waited on the corner of Hanbury Street, which is where the Truman Brewery is positioned, and also the site of a food market, which really is smelly. One of the other stops was at Taj Stores, which is a sort of supermarket that has been based along Brick Lane for many, many years. And it was introduced to me on a walk with someone else in the past. And they have these massive, massive fish. I can't even try to describe how big they are, but I took this group in to go and handle these fish, because I was like, you need to kind of hold the fish to believe how big these fish are. The final stop was at Grand Bangla, which was where we would pick up some lunch and take back to the Kobe Nazrul Centre. A spread of food laid out on a light wooden table, evoking a sense of casual, communal meal. The table, a light warm wood tone, serves as a neutral backdrop. To the left, a red and yellow patterned cardboard box holds a mound of golden brown fried food, pakoras. Adjacent is a white plastic container carrying small round green balls, bortas. They have a slightly uneven surface, suggesting that they were homemade. At the centre of the table, small white bowls hold creamy dips. Their smooth, matte textures contrasting with the bright red of the cherry tomatoes in a nearby bowl. I have a social practice, and I think food is always a kind gesture to offer to people. But lunch should always feel meaningful as well. So I provided this lunch to the group, one, so we all had time to pause and take a break from the walk that we'd had, but also to introduce this different level kind of sensory perception actually in the meal. I wanted to engage people to eat with their hands, albeit I didn't make them have the curry and rice. But these kind of like fried snacks that they could break up, they could feel the temperature, they could feel the quantity within their hand. And they had a surface, they had a texture, so it was kind of already suggesting what might come, I think, like later on in the afternoon. The bricks themselves are roughly rectangular, with some appearing more evenly shaped than others. They range in colour from dark brown to light beige, with some showing multiple layers or colours. The toppings are diverse, including dried fish, coconut, mustard seeds, and squares of leather. Some of the bricks have a fine, granular surface, whereas others are more heavily textured. The third part of the afternoon was a workshop where I demonstrated to the group my brick-making process. I invited them to think about the materials that we'd experienced as we walked along Brick Lane, and I had gathered them so that they could work with them, and I asked them to make a brick. For me, what's really exciting when I got to witness these things being made was how different smells were being incorporated into each individual's brick, and how of each of those materials they reflected a different smell. According to which person made which brick, each story kind of could be unpacked. There is one brick on here where it is solely made of coconut. And this was made by a woman who was completely blind. So actually, I think it was really interesting to observe how maybe she responded to that coconut in the fact that actually that had a particularly strong smell, and maybe she could identify it and keep going back to it. Others show a sort of combination of materials, and I kind of like that they might be considered as like data visualizations of smell almost, how you can pick out potentially how one smell really, like they enjoyed smelling because there's so much more of it, or maybe the fact that no material might be in that brick demonstrated that it was really disgusting to them. The image features a sheet of paper taped to a red brick wall. The paper displays a monochromatic rubbing or print that mimics the texture and pattern of the bricks behind it. The artwork is a frottage, a technique where a surface's texture is transferred onto paper using graphite or another medium, and shows an interaction between the artwork and its physical environment. Throughout my making process, I repeatedly returned to Brick Lane to engage with its sensory landscape, grounding my work in lived experience rather than abstraction. Investigating the role of smell in shaping the future of cities often felt speculative, yet being physically present in the space reinforced the tangible impact of sensory identity. The brick had already been established as a central material in this exploration, not just for its historical connection to Brick Lane, but for its versatility. A brick can build, opportunity, block, obstacle, or destroy, subversion, depending on how it is used. This realization highlighted the way materials carry both functional and symbolic weight, just as urban transformation can create, restrict, or erase identities. For cities to be truly inclusive, urban design must embrace multisensory experiences rather than strip them away. This means valuing the smells of diverse food cultures, protecting spaces for informal gatherings, and designing with tactility in mind, using materials that reflect the history and rhythms of daily life. It also requires listening to the voices of local communities to ensure that development does not override sensory heritage. An architectural drawing, likely for an installation. It features several distinct elements, each rendered in a simple graphic style. On the left, a rectangular panel is filled with a grid-like pattern of small rounded shapes, resembling a wall of stacked objects, possibly bagels. To its right, a taller, more intricate panel features a series of silver, three-dimensional segmented shapes. Below the first panel, a large rectangular section is filled with a pattern of brick-like shapes. To the right of this brick-like section, a narrow vertical panel displays a pattern of rectangular stones. The title of our project, East London Smells, is intentionally open, reflecting our aim to explore the sensory experiences of urban spaces in a way that invites curiosity and engagement. From the beginning, we focused on developing a method to understand sights, not just through sight, but through the full range of sensory perceptions. Developing an artwork about Brick Lane for an exhibition hosted at UCL Stratford campus felt disconnected from the work's original intentions. This is a site-specific project, so in delivering an artwork, I wanted visitors to the work to experience the place. Ava and I developed a concept for an installation that would be understood as a scent map and invited visitors to engage with their sense of space. The design and placement of the structures reflected on the insights reflected on insights shared with us when we participated in a Bengali East End guided history walk by the Swadhanita Trust. An indoor installation features sculptural works set against large windows revealing a nighttime cityscape. In the foreground are 4 structures built from aluminium takeaway boxes, bagels, concrete blocks, and imperial bricks. So we kind of end on this image of an installation that has only been realised last week in this exhibition with UCL. And what's quite exciting for me is the way that different people can interact with this piece of work. It very much invites a conversation, sometimes a little bit of shock, because the question I constantly get is, are those bagels? I'm like, yes, they are. But the idea is to offer something that is just meant to be fun, that can be interacted with in a different way. It does share from a critical perspective, but it invites, I think, a lot of different people into the conversation and asks you to share your opinion back with me. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Daisy. Our next speaker is Zoe Schoenherr, an artist and lecturer at the London College of Fashion. She'll be talking about the unfolding experience of space, places, and materials. Zoe.
Okay, thank you for having me here. So, to describe myself, I'm about 5'3", white, female. More to describe in terms of my age would be mid-career, so that should give a little bit of sense that I'm not on the younger side. But I wanted to start off a little bit to do with what I'm going to present here today, is to say a bit about where my training comes from, because I'm not purely only from the arts sector. So I do have a long history from 20 years as part of the arts. I started off originally in the painting background, moved on to sculpture, but I'm also separately trained in environmental psychology. So this is a study and analysis of people and place and their interaction with the built environment for well-being, inclusivity, and sustainability. I've developed my research through various residencies, both international and national-based residencies. One of the ones I'm most proud of is one which was at UCL as well, so we're going to give a nod to that university game. And it was at a lab called Pamela, which is now known as Pearl, and they are an environment that does environment, people and place, reconstruction, so you can build an entire house or a train carriage into the space, and then test people's behaviour within them, so you can control the entire environment and see how they actually behave. I am an associate lecturer at the London College of Fashion and Design and Performance School, and my work has led to collaborations with architects, engineers, and healthcare specialists. And whilst my work blurs boundary between what is practice, which is sculpture-based work, physical outcomes that the audience can interact with, I've also recently worked on a paper that is to do with how do you, which is to do with engagement regarding the census, and that's a project with the University of Bristol, and it looks at how we sort of capture that sort of lived experience of moving in and around hospitals to support well-being. So I've started this off with a very short quote that sits on the screen, and it says, "It's never our objective body that we remove." And I thought it was a really important point, because my whole research is really about perception. Just simply put, it's just perception. And to complete that quote, it's never our objective body we move, but our phenomenal body that we move. And for that, what we're talking about is ultimately perception that is movement, is that experience, that lived experience that we get on a daily basis. And what feeds into this practice is both philosophical and psychological theory. So for the philosophical side, it gives me a more sophisticated analysis of the term perception, continuous questioning, going back and forwards of how to interpret that term and what it ultimately is and what it means to us. The psychological is where I can then take that data finding and interpret it to really understand what that means to the individual and their day-to-day life. And then it helps me to sort of feed into then how to convey that experience. My work moves between what is a 3D form and sort of more performance, time-based pieces, which then shapes the sort of behaviour of the audience themselves. So as a sort of unfolding narrative on themes such as familiarity and repetition. I wouldn't say my practice runs in sort of a linear way. It's continuously a feedback loop where I continuously retrace my steps and explore new dynamics within my practice regarding body and matter. In discussing my sort of performative-based practice, I often return to sort of work in the 60s from New York-based artists, performance-based work, to start to understand how do you give form to what is an ephemeral moment. Some of the work that I'm going to be showing today is some of the older work that I do, but I consider that as being the strongest sort of underpinning of everything that I do and have done for over the last decade. So to break down this short insight into my work, I put it down into 4 parts. The very first 2 parts, one of it is affordances. So this is how the materials surrounding our bodies shape movement. So this is how our bodies, the subject, the organism, responds to the environment. And the next part is the phenomenology, that reciprocity of culture, body, objects, gestures, and everyday embodied life. This is more the theory aspect of my work, and the way that I sort of approach the term perception as being sort of the moving body behaviour. And the next after that is the term everydayness. And it's a term that can run through in terms of how I interpret or how I convey my practice. And that's where we sort of return to sort of the 60s-based dance pieces. And the final piece is a single case study where I'll sort of talk about more that embodied perspective and why the senses matter. So there's a little introduction to affordances, and I won't go into any depth of theory when it comes to this presentation. I will be going into describing what is a lived experience that I've had. And it sort of relates a little bit to do with sort of the work when it comes to Gibson's research regarding perception. On the screen here, you've got a project that was done by an architecture studio called Superhumanity, and it's called The End of Sitting. I think they predicted by the year 2025 that we would have a new way of working. Obviously we don't, but within the image is a female peeping up through a hole standing while she's working. And they provide a variety of different spaces to be able to sort of move and sit around the space in order to do your work. So affordances, in a way, are not the ways a chair is designed, but how spaces are designed, how they make you perform and react to the surroundings. But they give you a certain opportunity, certain action possibilities. They are both objective, so we can measure the size, dimensions, and materiality of these particular spaces, but they're subjective as well. It's how we embody, how we move through these spaces, how we interpret them based on socio-cultural interpretations. We know this is a chair because we're programmed to understand culturally that this is what we sit down on, how we behave around this particular item, designed item. And that feeds into how we then later behave. So I'm going to take you to what that lived experience that I had. On the screen is just a very simple graphic outline of a double door. And my work from over a decade ago grew out of this absurd obsession that I had with walking up a slope, reaching up to a tall double door and walking through it. And I discussed this experience with another artist who looked at me like I was perhaps going off on a tangent in a way I should really probably focus on my art practice. Little do we know that this was actually my art practice and continued to be so for quite a number of years. But we had a really interesting conversation about why was I so obsessed with this particular space. So I'll describe it to you. As you walked up the slope, it was particularly steep, much more steeper than sort of a lot of slopes that you could easily sort of move potentially items through. It was linked a room, which was a studio-based space, to a corridor. The double door was particularly narrow. One side was always clamped down. It was in a historic building. And in order to pass through one side of the door, you had to slightly twist your body. 1, 2 steps meant that you were already halfway up the slope. And as you passed through the door, if you had not quite got the rhythm of movement right, as you stepped up that slope, which was basically poured concrete with gloss paint over the top and a very nice fine layer of dust, more often than not, you ended up catching your footing wrong. And as you push the door, it's pushed you backwards and back down the slope and back out. Stopped you from being able to pass through. So as I was talking to this other artist about why this was such a big obsession of mine, I thought this was completely normal. Why would we not measure our body movement around architectural spaces? And we went over to it and I moved around it and stuff and ended up going to a discussion about my childhood. So on the screen is 2 pictures of what is the uneven bars in gymnastics. So I was a gymnast. And this is potentially probably why I always looked at architecture as a seamless series of equipment. And this is also why I sort of always thought about how architecture provided this sort of affordance of action possibilities. The one photo on the left-hand side was back in 1956, and the uneven bars at that point were very similar to the even bars that you get in the males' gymnastics, where they were exactly the distance apart that you would get if you put both arms down straight and one arm slightly higher, but it is just that distance that you couldn't possibly jump between the two. Bars themselves were just made out of wooden poles. It was then the engineering of them was then developed more closer into the 60s. Bars were then moved further apart, and they were no longer made out of wood. They were instead made of fiberglass coated in wood. Now, I remember when I was a gymnast, you didn't stand there at the front of the bar starting to sort of think, well, what are you going to do as you move between them? It's an embodied movement that you did. You started to understand that rhythm of movement in relation to the equipment. But what was really interesting when I came to reflecting upon this design of these bars is just how much it did open up these new opportunities, a plurality of opportunities within the sport. But it also created those opportunities and barriers for potentially injury and risk. But it was a very simple change that I always thought about when it came to architecture, that real simple differences between distance and angles and the materials that we do employ that can afford different types of movement, both opportunity and barriers for risk. But the problem is that my work was sculpture. So when you're trying to capture what ultimately is an ephemeral moment, how do you capture that in a moment that, in an art form that really ultimately is an object? It isn't changing continuously. And for that, I looked at the work of Buster Keaton, and his interrelationship between his body and the space itself. And if you were then to overlay it in terms of the theory of affordances, you then can start to see how he was using the architectural space. On the screen here is an image of Buster Keaton. It's an image from Seven Chances, a film from 1925. And Keaton, who, although it was a very slapstick kind of film, was an athlete. And he bent his body against one side of the wall, lifted his feet up and suspended himself away from the floor. The film itself, although it was a narrative-based film, was treated like an unfolding object. And it was this unfolding experience which was created as sort of occupying the eyes and it basically created the occupying eyes and the mind visually in time with Keaton's thinking, feeling, moving body, responding to the surrounding space. And so it was this unfolding experience that I started to consider about when it came to my own art practice and how to create it in a sculpture-based work. So I had access to a London double-decker bus, as you do. And the image on the screen is the picture of that moment when if you step onto a bus, and on the left-hand side at the bottom of the stairs is normally a metal pole. I took that pole off the wall and I replaced it by a wooden pole which was made out of cherry wood. The artwork is called Stamps. I also made another one on the back of the bus. This piece was called Pose. So whenever someone sat down at the very far back of the bus, they could sit there, lean their arm against the wooden pole, and play with a little tiny wooden ring delicately. So they're sort of twitching about, fiddling. And this pole not only disrupted the kind of space, the sort of movement that you would do around this bus, but it did two things. First, as the audience entered onto the bus, they didn't realise that they were already interacting with the artwork. Often they just leant against the pole itself, then turned around and realised that they were already in conversation with the work itself. The other part is what I had done with that simple change in materials is that I'd completely disrupted that sense of security, stability that you would get normally from reading the metal poles that are already available on the bus itself. And it also meant us to reevaluate what is our familiarity with a space that often we just pass through in and out as part of our daily activity, how we perceive that space. But looking at the work of affordances wasn't quite enough for my practice. I moved on to looking at phenomenology. And this is because I wanted to really question the term perception. Particularly the work of Merleau-Ponty at the time I was looking at in the work regarding embodiment. What I really wanted to find was what was the consequential significance of people when it came to their experiences of place, space, and the materials that surrounded their bodies. This work, this movement of phenomenology started off by thinking about it as a science of experience, and it was ultimately a study of how people make sense of their life experiences. It isn't a linear process when it comes to sort of developing understanding of your surroundings. It's more of a feedback loop, which you're continuously folding in past experiences into and making sense of places. So, as part of this sort of embodied knowledge, we enter into what is a sort of pre-reflective kind of stage. This is a stage where we're a little bit unaware of our behaviour, and it draws upon that sort of history of experience, that background knowledge of our surroundings. To illustrate what this means in terms of embodiment, I've got on the screen here a piece of video work that I made. It is actually a reconstruction of this slope and door that I was obsessed by. And on the stills here, which I'll gradually describe to you, is footwork. They were both the audience and the performers. And what I've done is invited some audience members or some people to attend to this piece that I have made. And they were all tasked with a very simple task, to carry something. They walked up onto the stage carrying this particular item, some very small, some big, some large, some were very awkward to carry. You don't see them on the images on the screen. They walked up the slope, pushed the door through, walked further along the stage, down the steps, and back off. And then the next person went on. But each time someone walked up and down, they continued in a loop, and the next person came anti-clockwise, also joining into this loop. What they did not realise, however, is that I wasn't actually filming how quickly they could do that loop, nor how easily they carried those items. Unknown to them, I was actually filming their footwork. I was filming that more and more that they developed a sense of familiarity with the space as to how that footwork changed and altered. How the architecture was not only the slope or the door that I created, but what they were carrying and the people that were there trying to navigate moving past within the space. So the series of stills that you can see are those points, twists, turns that they are making through this doorway. In a sense, the items that I had given to them were a form of a choreographic agent. But pedestrian movements, this sort of very simple action movement, this blurring of boundary between audience, participants, and performers, have been central to my practice for a long time. And this is the bit that I'm really interested in. I believe this is a point where we can start to capture this lived experience. And I started sort of looking at what the term everydayness means. So in the work of Yvonne Rayner, she described it as the quality of everydayness is an ordinary material or a mundane movement. It's the role of the body in these explorations of everydayness. On the screen, what you can see is one of the performers. She's just standing, facing forward. It's a black and white image. And in the background is four performers sort of lunging forward into what is a pile of very thin mattresses. This piece that she had made involved giving the performers a simple task. I didn't know about this piece of work when I made a capacity for movement, I'll say this. But what they were tasked to do was to lift these mattresses across the stage, in through, and coming back out, and came back into focus for the audiences to witness. And it got me sort of thinking a lot more back to that phenomenology sort of research regarding Merleau-Ponty. And the body, how the body shapes, and how it was how the body moves as being part of this sort of fundamental character of understanding and knowing our environment. In a sense, that movement was part of our current character formation. And within Yvonne's work, these carrying of bulky items, what resulted in the end was this sort of sense of this sort of felt much more real and associated with everyday transitional movement, but without becoming too banal. There's these real similar sort of tonal actions in terms of progress, but nothing in terms of conclusion really happens. As I do blur the boundary between the arts and science, I also incorporate methods that come from scientific processes into my practice. And what you see on the screen is this piece called Schools. On one side is a very simple drawing, and the other side is a performer called Kajal Patel. And she has been wired up to this machine called an Accents, and she's standing on the bus again. And this is sort of, because she's a performer, I wanted her to sort of find a particular space on the bus where she can move into and back out of and do it on a repetitive basis. And this piece, which was a very much a quantitative-based study, where I collected up lots of data to understand that sort of real perfection of human movement, especially when it came to a dancer who really thinks about how they're all in tune with their body and how they move in, through, backs and forwards within the space, was perfected over time. And the piece was translated, what I did with the data itself is I translated them into a series of drawings. And that's what you can see on the screen. All it is a series of very simple lines on a page where her hands came in contact with the pole and the bus. And then I developed another piece based on where she then placed her hands again and sort of that rhythm of movement that you got from this Accents machine. This was then run through a Zytem machine, which where it's a graphic swelling machine, so it makes a different kind of tonal differences that starts to happen on the page. So you can feel all the rhythm itself as you run your hands down across this very simple drawing. And this wasn't the results of the work still. The work was then handed over to a sound artist called Sarah Hatidia, who then made what was this sonic scoring, so that when the audience later got to experience what is ultimately Cajal's movement in and out of space, they stepped up onto a large-scale stage, and it was a sound work that bounced backwards and forwards across the whole space as they started to understand what it means when it comes to repetition of the everyday. This sort of repetition where your body fatigues, refines, and redefines as part of this embodied perspective. Ultimately, every interaction, although fairly similar, none was exactly the same. So this final part is the part that's to do with embodied perspective. And it's a single case study that I did with a dancer called Holly Thomas. And I wanted to create a work which really stepped away from what I assumed was the lived experience, what I assumed would be capturing that sort of ephemeral moment. It was very much a co-production-based work. I couldn't make a single thing before being in conversation with Holly. Holly is a specially trained dancer, but she also has visual impairment. And as part of some of the methods, we ended up entering into conversation where I would ask a very simple series of open-ended questions. We had to be very careful about making sure I set aside my own assumptions, my own biases of what possibly was her experience. And we ran a series of tests using the bus as a framework for this interrogation of what is ultimately perception and how do we construct it. We then ran further tests within the studio where we would use large sheets of paper and wrap it around her body as though it enveloped her movement. In some ways, most of my work, the actual artwork, is just the process is just as important as the final results. Well, Holly's training in contact with improvisation was key to this piece of work that we ended up making. Her training came out of the work of Steve Paxton. He was also out that 60s period and was from Judson School with Yvonne Rayner, both of which I'm very familiar with the work of Buster Keaton. In contact improvisation, although it is difficult to define, at its core, it's a form of dance that is about touch and weight exchange. He dismantled the hierarchy that you would normally get within a dance performance-based piece, and instead he focused the performer's attention towards their own body. For Paxton, the everydayness was about giving value to the mundane. In a way, the bodies themselves, the two performing dancers, become one another's sort of architectural space where they can shape their movement and vice versa. The movement can affect their way of responding. And on the screen is an image of Steve Paxton with another performing artist. And I've got a short quote on there saying how the body could create a physical playground. We also drew on the work of Laban as part of this theory, and particularly this sort of idea of the kinesphere. The kinesphere is this physical space that surrounds the body. It's almost this sort of invisible architectural kind of space. And we use this as sort of this zone of reach of how you can come to understand the space that you move through, how types of gestures, actions can be analysed. Within this sort of very simple plane that you can sort of continuously relate to your surrounding spaces, there's these sort of geometry sets or axis points that support how you interact with others, interact with space, interact with other people. But what was really useful about talking about the kinesphere is it got you to start thinking about spatial representation, especially when you're talking about sort of visual impairment, and the egocentric spatial representation that is a form of understanding space surrounding from you that extends from the body, which is quite different to allocentric perception, which is the understanding of space by looking into the distance and seeing object-to-object relations. The final work which is up on the screen was an unexpected outcome. On the screen there is this elevated curved piece. It's a wooden structure. It looks like an upturned curved piece that's made out of layers and layers of plywood. The curve itself is open at the top, and then one side is sort of narrower than the other. And as it swings around to the wider side, it then opens up towards this sort of very long, thin and narrow, a narrow sort of stage bit for Holly to extend her leg down. It's elevated from the floor. The costume that Holly is wearing is just a very simple grey piece. And wrapped around the curve is this thin latex strip. I got the lighting for the piece to be really evenly dispersed so that as Holly moved around this particular structure, the shadows could appear either side of the sculpture. As the audience enters into the space, because it directly fits the dimensions of Holly's body and her movement, she actually nestles right into the sculpture itself, and they don't know that she's actually in there at the start of the performance. The score that was written was designed by a dance artist called Neve Harrington, and she created this piece which was close to real life. The sense of touch that starts off as passive and then builds and builds a sense of familiarity through this repetitive kinds of movement. It sort of gets the audience to start to understand the sort of materiality of the sculpture itself, even though they're not coming in contact with the work. And they got to understand that the latex piece at the top was not what they initially thought was a metal strip, but it's actually latex with flexibility. In a sense, this structure acted as Holly's contact improvisational dancer. It activated her movement, whilst vice versa, her movement activated the sculpture. But what was really particularly interesting about this work, although elevated from the floor and is at a height, is it speaks of this sense of how architecture can provide a sense of connectedness and understanding of the needs of the moving body. When I said this was an unexpected outcome, we talked about the haptic sense. But in the end, he designed this piece based on a series of values that are based on predictability, stability, and connectedness, which created a real heightened sense of competence as a spatial actor in and around the space. In this sense, the work became Holly's contact improvisational dancer, but also the representation of her lived experience of moving around the back of this bus. And for me, it was a work that represented not just that objective experience that she had of moving around, but that phenomenological experience of moving in and around what is a transport structure. So I just finished on that note.
Thank you so much, Zoe. We're running fantastically to time, which means there is a 10-second interval for everyone to move or stretch or stand up or raise your arms or do whatever you like, and I'm going to keep saying it until we get some movement. Fantastic. Yes, amazing. Because it has been an hour and 20 minutes of sitting. Fantastic. So please keep moving, keep rustling and standing as we welcome our fourth presentation. So our final presentation of this session, before we move to the scintillatingly interactive question and answer panel, just a reminder to have questions ready for that. is a presentation by Dr. Kevin Hunt and Fo Hamblin. They are from Nottingham School of Art and Design, and they'll be speaking about mouth noises and cherry pickers, exploring interpretive audio description for contemporary art. Thank you, Kevin and Fo. Thanks, Joe. Thanks very much.
Yeah, sure.
We can do that.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm Kevin Hunt, and I'm presenting with Fo Hamlin. Thanks for the introduction. Thanks for inviting us to come and speak. We're both lecturers from Nottingham School of Art and Design, which is part of Nottingham Trent University.
I like the way everything ripples, like, yeah, feel everything.
We could all take an aspect of the pattern in front of us just here and make a sound that we think represents it.
I think it's interesting, like it is such a mishmash of influences from different places.
I'm going to make a sound that sounds like an eyeball.
Chicken fish. Lends itself very much to Algerian summers, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's like almost desert-like.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was thinking donuts too.
I think there's real playfulness about him where, you know, any surface was something that was accessible to him in terms of art making.
So our presentation, with its title Mouth Noises and Cherry Pickers, which we'll explain shortly, we'll share some details of a collaborative project we've been running with Nottingham Contemporary Art Gallery and My Sight Nottinghamshire Charity for People with Sight Loss. The project was supported by the Institute of Knowledge Exchange Practice at NTU. It focuses upon practice-based exploration of interpretive and experimental audio description in response to contemporary art. The project includes a number of collaborators. We were lucky enough to work with Andy Batson and Holly T from Nottingham Contemporary, with Emily Gray and Owen Baxter from NTU, and with Michael Conroy and Emma Lucas from My Sight Nottinghamshire. We also collaborated with 7 service users from My Sight, who were Abby, Donna, Kay, Maggie, Matt, Pauline, and Rob. The project further benefited from discussion with gallery assistants and a curator from Nottingham Contemporary, a 2-day workshop with Soundscribe audio description and accessibility consultancy, and discussion with other interested parties, including Tom Godfrey, who runs the Bonington Gallery at NTU. The project aims were to deliver a series of collaborative workshops hosted at the gallery and to collectively develop some innovative or experimental audio descriptive tracks. The project's not seeking to replace existing audio descriptive practices. Our aim was to experiment with different approaches in relation to contemporary art and to learn from one another as part of the process. The project took place alongside a series of exhibitions at Nottingham Contemporary, which we collectively experienced between September 2023 and June 2024. The outcome has been 5 experimental approaches, which we describe as follows: keywords and poetic language, a questioning approach, conversational elements, rhythmic explorations, and sonic textual play. And we'd like to share some examples of these with you to give you a flavour of the project.
The approach we've called keywords and poetic language is based upon shared time, experiencing an exhibition as a mixed group of people with sight and sight loss. We discussed our initial reactions to the artworks drew upon contextual information and used site aids and artificial intelligence apps to share ideas and develop individual and group perspectives. Following group discussion, we then formulated a list of keywords to capture the feelings and themes the exhibitions evoked. We've been adding short introductions to the tracks to help provide context for the experimental approach that follows. On the slide, we have a photograph from the first exhibition showing a camera on a tripod. The lens is pointed at the viewer and there's a black sheet being held up behind the camera and tripod to limit the view. The following reading is a collection of perspectives and responses to Paul Mapagi-Sequoia's exhibition of photographic artworks, which is titled Exposure. The words are presented in a poetic format as loosely associated responses, with the intention of capturing and communicating core themes, ideas, and feelings. This audio track focuses upon immediate reactions to the exhibition rather than detailed descriptions of individual works. Exploratory, reflective, perspective, vulnerability, comfortability, unmasked, revealed, at ease, softness, subtlety, sculptural, naked, exposed, cosy, touch, familiarity, warm, intimate, sculptural figures, vulnerable, soul stolen, love, connection, intimacy, unashamed, nude, naked, raw, composition, classical, statues, aesthetic shapes, poised, confidence, calm, balanced, setup, staging, intended, BTS. Behind the scenes. Behind the scenes. What's seen or unseen? Post-colonialism, relationships, people, objects, space, time, etc. Frames, reflections, mirrors, reflection, fondness, quiet, blurred, beautiful, triangle, connection, intentional, space, background noise, fabric, directions, velvet, smooth skin, cold floor, smeared, intimacy. By way of contrast with Paul Mapagi-Sequoia's quite intimate and personal exhibition, we'd like to share this selection of keywords and poetic language in response to Dora Bador's exhibition titled Again. One of the themes of this exhibition was hostile architecture and the way privately owned public spaces attempt to manage and organise public access and movement of people. On screen, we have a photograph showing part of the exhibition space, which is quite sparsely arranged. There's a long and narrow horizontal sculptural piece along one wall, and a blurred film projection is visible on the wall in the next gallery, seen through an internal doorway. The modern gallery space is otherwise quite bare, with other artworks not on view from this perspective.
Alienate, shut, keep out, wire, exclusion, sandstone, control of bodies, people, space, power, ownership, concrete, barriers, conforming, empty, anti, cold, economies, content, inhuman or inhumane, barriers, boundaries, hostile, empty space, enigmatic, defense, barrier, obstacles, prickly, urban, hostile, discomfort, angular, spiky, cardboard, resonance, stark and empty, dizzy.
Another area we discussed was wanting to feature a range of voices. In some of our examples, we deliberately retain a sense of being in the gallery space where we responded to the artworks together. We called this approach conversational elements due to the way it captures snippets of information and conversation, which in this case is intended to share an understanding. Oh, sorry. My mistake. I've gone ahead. Ignore the last part. Questioning. So, we'll go back. So one area of the group discussion was how to create an audio descriptive track that might encourage the viewer to develop a sense of personal connection or reflection inspired by the artwork. We've been experimenting with a questioning approach where the audio track both describes the artwork and invites the listener to consider questions that the artwork might raise through its content.
This untitled photograph from Paul Mapagi-Sequoia's exhibition Exposure is one of the smallest works on display. The scale feels intimate and invites reflective consideration of a solo male figure, whose chest and face are visible as he sits in a chair holding a pen and paper. By asking reflective questions, this commentary invites a personal response to some of the themes and ideas raised by the photograph.
So this is a very small picture, probably about 30 centimetres by 20, framed in a black frame, with a brown frame with a black mouth. It is the torso of a man who seems to be writing on a piece of paper. The man is white, he has a hairy chest and is wearing 2 silver or gold necklaces. He has the beginnings, the early onset of a beard. From his waist level, he seems to be covered in maybe white boxer shorts or a blanket. The colour has a red hue across the whole thing. You don't see any natural colour in terms of skin colour or anything else. I want you to think about jewellery that you own, what it feels like the first time you put it on, and that cold sensation on your chest. Can you feel that? I want you to imagine touching a hairy chest. Maybe it's your own, maybe it's another. Can you feel the hair? Does it hurt your hand to write? What kind of things do you write with your hand? Do you find the time to write? Do you mainly write with a computer? Can you think of the last time you wrote something down? Do you ever write whilst naked?
Okay, so now we come to the conversational elements. So another area we discussed was wanting to really feature a range of voices. And some of our examples, as you can hear, really retain the sense of being in the gallery space. So it was very much a collective approach. We responded to the artworks together in this space and captured conversations as we went along. So we called the approach conversational elements due to the way that it captures these snippets of information and conversation, which in this particular example were intended to share an understanding of who the artist was and the feelings evoked through the work. To accompany this track, we can see a photograph by the artist Hamid Zanati, which features 2 children holding up a brightly painted print that is a few meters long on fabric, which is and then a couple of meters high. They are standing in a light blue-green sea under a blue sky with fluffy clouds on a sunlit day.
The following conversation, with additional sounds and a music sample from the gallery space, discusses Hamid Zanati's 2 Steps at a Time exhibition. It suggests some of the feeling evoked by his work and shares details about the artist, which offer a sense of his personality and creative energy.
Am I right in thinking these are actual photos from Zanati's personal photo collection?
Yes, yeah. Apparently there are absolutely thousands of them, and I think this is a bit of a selection of his artworks that he's photographed, and then sort of next to that are photos of him being very playful. It kind of gives you a good idea of the type of person that he was. Lends itself very much to Algerian summers, doesn't it?
It's like almost desert-like, and you can feel the heat and everything, you know. So,
And did you say this is the first major exhibition as well? Yeah. In
So
the,
that's
yeah,
sad, isn't it? That
yeah,
to see it, but
it is, but also joyful that and we get any insight. Yeah, the family was so happy for this to be on show and to be revealed to the public. You know, these private, intimate kind of images that are within it as well, you know, small snippets of his life alongside his work, which is really lovely. And I think he just did it really for the joy of it. There was a person who spoke, and they said that, it was perhaps a family member, and they said that they'd left one day to go out and, you know, meet was just at the house. And they came back and he'd painted the house. They'd just, you know, done all these paintings all over. And I just think there's just real playfulness about him where, you know, any surface was something that was accessible to him in terms of art making.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
One of the qualities that we wanted to explore was using sounds as well as language to offer an interpretation of the artworks. Hamid Zanati's exhibition, Two Steps at a Time, provoked a joyous sort of response from the group. There was a sense of kind of wanting to really create bodily rhythms and patterns of sound in response to the brightly coloured surfaces, many of which feature repeating patterns. These responses took place within the gallery, and this is where our presentation title, Mouth Noises and Cherry Pickers, comes from. In addition to sounds we made with our feet, hands and mouths, at one point we were viewing the exhibition when a mechanical ladder or cherry picker happened to be in the gallery, which inspired the group to make metallic tapping noises as well as our rhythmic response. So this plays really into the spontaneous creativity that felt in keeping with the spirit of Hamid Zanati's exhibition. The track we're about to play is a shared response to a large textile print hanging it's about 2.5 meters long by about 1.5 meters wide. And it's a buttery yellow colour overlaid with repeating pattern of irregularly round shapes. Each is around about 10 centimetres. They look a bit like the outside edges of popcorn, so this is kind of what came to as a group. These shapes are spread across the surface of the print and have yellow, blue, red and white dots on them. And between these dotted popcorn-like shapes are thin black lines and short black markings that strongly suggest energy and movement. So the following track was a shared response to the energy that this print communicated, so it's a kind of spontaneous response. The track actually plays alongside 3 images, so it kind of fade between the 3, which show the full artwork, a zoomed-in detail of the pattern of the image, and an image of Owen standing behind the work, holding a microphone, so kind of within the space and behind and in front.
Our final track is an example of what we called sonic textual play. This kind of experimental track was created from sounds inspired by the exhibition. In a workshop setting, we worked as a group to create and record sounds, which we then used to formulate our own small but not inconsiderable library or palette of sounds. We were then free to play around with and remix these sounds as sonic responses to individual works or to the overall feel of an exhibition. The intention is to convey a sense of textures, feelings, and interpretations through sound. To accompany the track, we have an image of people sitting in the gallery looking at about 20 textile prints hanging from the ceiling. All the prints are in bright colours and they hang in a neatly arranged way, separate but nearby one another, a bit like colourful patterned washing hanging on a sunny day, which is added to by the bright natural light in this part of the gallery.
The following sonic textual response tries to convey the playful, lively energy of the exhibition Hamid Zanati, 2 Steps at a Time.
So although the main collaborative part of our project was completed last year, we're continuing to develop our audio tracks and to work with our collaborators wherever possible. There are also quite a few other elements that we haven't been able to share or discuss today, such as some musical compositions by neurodivergent artists who we invited to respond to some of the exhibitions. Our next steps are completing further tracks in the Foley studio and the editing suite at Nottingham Trent University, planning listening workshops to gain feedback from MySite service users and other interested parties, and sharing our tracks and the outcomes from the project. Thanks very much, and we'd be happy to take questions or chat further about our project with anyone who's interested.
Fantastic. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much, Kevin and Fo. We're going to move to our question and answer session. Whilst we're setting that up, it's going to take probably exactly 60 seconds. I'd like you to turn to the person next to you, if you would like. This is an invitation. Turn to the person next to you and just share a moment from those presentations which sticks in your mind. Okay, so please feel free to talk amongst yourselves with that as we set up. Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. We have 15 minutes before 4 o'clock, and 4 o'clock is when we will be breaking for tea and coffee, where conversations will continue, of course. So thank you very much. We will refocus onto the front again for our question and answer. We have all the speakers from the presentations assembled in a semicircle here. And I'm on the far left. I was reflecting on a lot during those presentations, and one of the things that I was thinking about is that when we talk about practice-based research, and when I introduce the fact to people that I'm doing practice-based research, we get a little bit of, I think Zoe mentioned this artist friend of yours who was like, shouldn't you be doing some work? Like, what are you doing running up slopes and opening doors? So that sort of myth experience. And of course, when we say we're doing practice-based research, we're having to qualify it as practice-based research. It's not just research. And so I was reflecting on that and thinking about what is practice-based research? Is it the opposite of research-based practice? Is that one way of thinking about it? Right? And in which case, is this format that we've got here, where we're presenting papers with the PowerPoint and the way that we're speaking, is this conference actually a research-based conference? And so the first question for the panel is, if this is a research-based conference, and we've had to sort of form our practices into papers to present, then what would a practice-based conference look like, or be like, seem like? I got the microphone, so I'm going to sort of pass it, like pass the parcel. Feel free to pass it on.
I think I'm sitting right in the middle, so I'm taking the mic, I guess that's my idea. So the work I was presenting was predominantly sort of performative-based work, and in a way that I've always thinking about that sort of sense of what is practice, and because I come from gymnastics and athletics background, there's a point where you start to think about, almost a research phase as being that training schedule that you put together, the initial preparation, but ultimately at that moment that you then go out onto a track and in front of the equipment, that's the moment that you perform, and then you come back and was that quite right? Did I do well enough? Did I eat the right things? Did I have the right preparation? And then you reflect and bring it back into it. In a sense, that's how I see practice-based research. As a researcher, in some ways, it does underpin it, but it doesn't mean that it immediately translates. And if you continuously do this sort of feedback loop, that's why I sort of form a practice is not a linear process, but it's that feedback loop of coming up with those ideas, testing it, going through those processes, and then going back and re-evaluating. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to echo a similar kind of thing. I think there's so many possibilities for a kind of practice-based approach, which is iterative. It's the kind of reinterpretation and reflective. Also, I kind of wrote a few things down across the different presentations, and there's obviously this idea coming back about layers of activity and also the unexpected outcomes. And I love the idea of doing a kind of practice-based kind of experiment where it's a collective collaborative process where everybody and the audience are engaged in that process, and it is that kind of feedback iterative process where actually no one really knows what's going to happen. And I love that idea that it really truly could be practiced by almost the invitations, there's lots of conversations about affordances and the invitations and the experiential approach, and how would you do that and still have some kind of potential structure, or like you've got kind of prompts or provocations or the process as a catalyst for then conversation and then producing something collectively out of that process that then might feed back into the next set of processes that then might be the research part, that might actually then be the kind of reflective iterative research process that comes back again. I don't know, I love that. There's so many ways to do that.
Any more visions of Thank you. Yeah, and maybe in that form, the final culmination wouldn't be decided at the beginning of the conference, right? It would sort of be generated by what comes, what emerges.
Yeah.
Great. So the wonderful Kirsty is going to be coordinating audience questions. Is there anyone who has a question for her?
Yeah, I have a question. So basically, I think all papers, in my mind, address two keywords. One is everydayness. The second one is community-based practices. So my question is that in what ways sensory experiences activated by artistic practices can make everydayness extraordinary, make ordinary extraordinary. So I think that's something across all papers. And then secondly, in what ways sensory experience can forge sense of community.
Thank you. Do you want to speak to that?
I can go on that one. I think, we experience smell consistently, and, everyone will identify smell as good and bad. So then to position it in an artwork where I'm asking people to kind of experience it and contribute to making smells, it feels like a different approach to understanding smells, particularly based on place. And for me, the kind of the interest that comes out of them bringing that experience to someone is the conversation that comes out of it, in terms of actually, okay, we can't just say a smell is good or bad. And I mean, a lot of the smells that I found about bricklaying are everyone's favourite smells. Some are pissy and pooey. I think that's the truth. So actually, what that means in relation to how we can describe it and break those down, I think, becomes really interesting. And then how we relate to those descriptions in terms of our own experience and culture means that actually we open up what smell is. And I just don't think it's something you could only experience by writing, because I passed the brick round today because I like that it is an object that you kind of have have to intimately hold to your nose. I mean, obviously I was busy speaking, but ordinarily I love to watch the reaction of someone when they take in that smell, because I know that that one's not especially nice. So it's a real kind of like pleasure to observe the reaction and then build off that and see where we can go into like your story rather than just focus on mine of bricklaying.
This is a bit of an interpretation of your question, but I think in my current life, where I live in Cairo, I'm in a place where there are lots of different, that's why I chose it, lots of people making different things in a very close area to me, like it's kind of workshop area, so within like a 10-minute walk, I can work, which is amazing, which is why I'm now, with like welders and wood turners and weavers when I need materials and glass blowers and things like that. Just it's amazing. And what you said about ordinary and making the ordinary extraordinary. I'm not saying my work is extraordinary at all, but I kind of dip in and out of lots of different traditions and use the materials of lovely people I've got to know in a way that they don't expect. So like there are these, there's a really amazing UNESCO kind of living human civilization. Diversion. Anyway, they're incredible potters, and they've been making pots in the same way. There are hieroglyphs of people making pots like that, like 3,000 years ago. But I used their clay in a way that they really didn't expect. Or like when I went to the glass blowers, I wanted to do this weird thing. And those kind of gradual relationships that develop with often communities that have been making things for generations. You can get veterinary families, and it's lovely. The glass blowers, for example, they're the 7th generation of glass blowers. The youngest one is about 12. So that interaction is kind of gradual, trying something new with their material, which I love. And yeah, so that's sort of the answer to the kind of communal experience thing, I think, because my Arabic is not brilliant, but it's best it seems to be best when I'm talking to somebody about something that we're making together. So that kind of, I really value those relationships a lot.
Yeah, sorry, I just mentioned, so with our project, we found we have really great discussions, they're really rich discussions, and people quite often bring quite personal connections to the artworks and things that developed as we kind of shared different ideas. And one of the things that we really liked was to try and encourage people to take something away from the exhibition. So different ways in which experiencing the artwork had a kind of sensibility or opened up different ideas and personal connections. So it's not just about going into the gallery and sort of looking at something or experiencing something and kind of leaving it in the gallery. It's if you've engaged with it, you can perhaps take something away from that. And that can even make connections in terms of the everyday and perhaps things that seem quite everyday but really quite extraordinary. And I mean, I can't go into the details, but some of the tracks drew upon some of those ideas from the conversations, which we then included in some of the samples that we shared.
Yeah, I won't talk much more because Ken said it, but just to echo that in terms of almost like that line between the ordinary and the extraordinary. It's almost like how what we were doing was to say, okay, that if you're saying that artwork is just some kind of sense of extraordinary, and whether you can access the kind of meaning of that, there's always a question of like, what does it mean, coming into, especially people are thinking that it's inaccessible, and almost kind of turning that around and making it ordinary, or like, bringing it back to the everyday ordinary. So almost like trying to, maybe it's not making it ordinary, but in a way it's kind of, again, bringing that lived experience back to kind of connecting with the ideas.
I guess I'm sort of thinking about the word extraordinary. I don't know whether to some degree when I'm sort of thinking about something, I'm sort of thinking about making it extraordinary. What what in some ways trying to do is to bring back to that perspective of the user why that's so important and why the design of places and spaces is so integral to everyone when we move through these spaces. If an architectural space has that power to make us feel connected, then that's everything to do with whether we're going to enter that space and whether it's inclusive. And that is an extraordinary thing, but so often it's not evaluated enough from the perspective of the body. And by working with someone which is a dancer, where they've got that heightened ability to always convey or discuss how their body is responding and reacting, especially when it comes to the background of contact and improvisation, where that is that practice is about tuning their body and really listening to how they're moving and reacting. It really brings about those conversations to do with what is safety and security and not in terms of what is sort of accessible in terms of bars and different tactile senses, but instead turning these conversations into terms of what is that sense of safety and predictability and how do we move through these spaces that is ultimately, where everyone can go in there and enjoy it. So when I sort of think about every day, that's what I think about. So.
Thank you so much, and what a wonderful question. Do we have one more question?
There's one fan.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm going to ask a question about the final presentation, the audio descriptions that came out of our conversation that we had. But before that, I thought I would share that earlier today I was texting back to my collaborators in Australia about some projects that we're collaborating on, and one of them was frustrated and said, they brought in this access consultant that says we have to call it creation for audio description. And I said, that's totally fine, just make sure you call the others uncreate. and I think that there is still within in Australia, certain access consultancies still holding on to this idea of, the basic rules and provisional audio description being the standard. And it's very much not the case in the community that I work with. And so it was really enlivening to hear your presentation and such richness. And certainly I was excited to afterwards speak to you because I know that we can share these, teach to these. Like, it's very exciting. And I think the excitement comes because it makes me aware of this density of creative audio description that's going on. That's great. That's really exciting that is offering all sorts of models and methods. And so kind of what we were talking about was, okay, so you've got this, but what are you actually going to do with these traffics? And we would love to hear about it.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. We're still developing some of the tracks. So one of the things that happened, we created this kind of Foley series of sounds that we're still playing around and developing. So part of the knowledge exchange actually is ourselves learning how to use the right software and things to edit things together. And we want to share them more widely and to get more feedback, just so that we hear from people about which things work, which things don't work. And then the nature of this project is very kind of mushroomed. We developed all these great kind of connections and discussions, and it kind of spread beyond really our initial collaborators. So we want to carry on, but I think we probably need to get more money, to get more funding. We probably need to focus on specific things that we can then take forward. So it really is the process of sharing them and hearing which things seem to work and which ones might be the most fruitful to then continue with. And it'd be great to have conversations with you to share sort of notes and insights and to see what might develop from that.
I think one of the things that we, I guess, through when we initially set out to do the project, we were hoping to engage with artists because working with Nottingham Contemporary, have a period of time when the artist is within the city, setting up the exhibition, and unfortunately that never happened for very practical reasons. But what was kind of interesting, I think, through that is where we are now kind of questioning. With this sort of process, it was very much about the process of the workshop, where it wasn't. The sole purpose wasn't to almost develop the recorded tracks. The recorded tracks were almost a kind of perhaps seen as almost like a legacy of the project. So you could then listen to those tracks without the exhibition still being there, but also, so then kind of there's a two-part process. The part where it's really inviting people to develop, and we to develop a process, so the process which we were kind of calling living audio description, where instead of it being a live walkthrough with necessarily the artists and the curators kind of telling people about the work, it's more about a workshop practice and a creative practice of itself. And then the recordings, obviously at the moment, you can hear they're very raw, and the levels are all over the place, and it's very much a practice in development. So I guess, so one of our questions is how this works as a practice that we can then develop, and we're working with kind of further conversations with Nottingham Contemporary, but also Wellington Gallery, which is within Nottingham University, and they are working already, Tom Woodbury, the curator, Wellington Gallery is also working with Soundsbank and other people. So it's kind of processes, it's kind of got tentacles in terms of also how we then bring this practice back to students, and want to get some funding to then develop that practice with, so that students are encouraged to then build audio practices within that, so to present and explore on the work. As of course, we would love that to be completely embedded in the norm. So I guess in terms of the tracks themselves, it's like that sort of one part of it, but they're kind of processing the way that it might travel, and then the way that it might engage different kind of communities and practices that are already going on. So I know that Nottingham Contemporary also have lots of community programming, and also working with poets and other artists. So another idea is to kind of take some of these tracks and then almost pass them on to another artist or to a poet, then, or take snippets of the conversations, and then somebody else almost listen to those and then do an audio description based on the sound recordings of that practice rather than the image of the artwork. So I guess again, it's that kind of how do we build those layers of practice into the process. Sorry, it's on. Carry on.
Thanks, sorry, I'm going to compensate. We've got amazing answers and fantastic presentations. Perhaps some words which draw all of this together in some way is this tension between, or play between practice and form, practice the activity, form a kind of tangible, palpable thing, and how a lot of what we're talking about here is feeding back into the other, that or a snake informing that, and being conscious of that and the creativity involved in all of those processes. Fantastic. So we had Georgie, we had Nick, we had Fo, we had Zoe, we had Daisy. Thank you so much for the questions. Please continue asking and approaching and interrogating nicely what we've just heard, what we've been talking about. We'll be back here at 4:30 on the dot for the keynote presentation. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me? Yes. Yeah, good. My name is David Johnson. Thank you very much. And I'm so happy and honoured to be making this introduction of the keynote speaker for today's event, Dr. Faye David. I should start with a quick audio description of myself. I wanted to describe myself as having long ringlets because I'm so envious of Joe's ringlets. So I might just do that. So I'm a tall, grey-headed, balding man, white, and dressed, I think, in blue. So, I'm just going to start by quoting my note some of your words, which are very inspirational. So, excuse my faltering braille reading, by the way. Blindness does not enforce an absence of vision, but it makes tangible the limits of visual cogency. It calls to attention the pluralism of perspective and refractional matters. The contingency of visual subjectivity or instability, and the pervasiveness of 2020 conformity. Blindness offers us the possibility of radicality. Finally. When I first read those words, they were so inspirational for me, and my research work is so close to what Graham, I think, I hope is saying those words. So many thanks for those words, Graham. I'm sorry if I got them slightly wrong, but Graham's career is breathtakingly studied with an array of activities and achievements from her early days as a physics graduate, I think, then to her peacekeeping work in Costa Rica, and then your inspirational writing practice, and your award study art practice, and then I think latterly your university lecturing. So anyway, without further ado, let me please ask everyone to give Faye a very un-British and unreserved round of applause.
Kia ora all. I have travelled to be with you from Naarm, Melbourne in Australia, where I usually live and work, on the lands of the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung people of the Eastern Kulin Nation. Before I begin, I want to acknowledge that those of you who are sighted are at some disadvantage today. If you are sighted in a scenario like this, you may feel obligated to concentrate your visual attention on me, on what I am wearing, or my facial expressions, when really that's fairly irrelevant to what I'm going to talk about today. So following the model of my collaborator and mentor, Georgina Cleage, for your sake, I have prepared some images drawn from my practice which will play in a loop, a very slow loop, as I talk. And perhaps they will provide a space for you to rest your eyes, to visually meditate on, so that you are better able to engage with the ideas that I would like to share today. To be transparent, I have prepared the slideshow consistent with valuing visual instability, which is an important ethic of my practice. So, most of the time, the images will have no direct correlation to what I will be talking about. Instead, they are a collection of photographs taken in a single session, many angles documenting the same welding and assembly event, arrangements of steel bars and steel mesh, a workshop with a roller door, a stained concrete floor. Towards the very end of my talk, I'll reach a moment where I contextualise this fabrication process, and at that time I will engage in a form of image description and a form of not image description. And what I mean is that I will speak about processes and tactile details which may or may not be apparent in the imagery, but also about processes and tactile details that I know are not visible in the imagery, which hover outside or beyond the photographic frame. And so with that housekeeping out of the way, let me begin. I would like to open by reading some excerpts from a chapter in the edited volume that will soon be published as part of this research project. The excerpts that I have selected describe my relationship to vision and blindness. I wanted to begin this way because, despite a lifelong experience with non-normative vision, I recognise that this is sometimes not apparent. I regularly encounter surprise from sighted people who know me less well when I stumble on stairs, or whip out my cane so that I won't stumble on stairs, or ask for printed text to be read aloud. So, in terms of inviting you all to understand my work, and specifically my reflexive engagement with blindness and art, it feels important to begin by publicly claiming my unstable vision. Approaching blindness. I cannot recall a time when the larger world was in focus. My earliest memories of childhood were softened by a blurriness that erased expressive and scenic detail, except at very close range. On picnics in the gardens of Otatahi Christchurch in Aotearoa, my attention gravitated to the spotted ladybugs clambering over the fuzzy hairs of marigold leaves. At home, I closed the curtains to keep harsh sunlight at bay and lay on the floor in the dark, drawing insects with eyelashes, colour blocking the foliage around them as sways of green and orange and brown. In the comfortable darkness of my room, I conjured detail amid approximations. I taught myself to read at a young age. Held within the physical intimacy of extreme myopia, typography was sculptural and painterly. Reading was as much about the textual possibilities as the meanings of words. I lingered over the curls of serifs and I infilled the negative space of each italicised O. A favourite was the exuberant tail of the Y, the middle letter of my first name. I practiced signatures, the tail of each Y twisting and curling in a cascade of spiral loops. I felt the ink of my pen carve glossy indents across the grain of the page. I identify strongly with Helene Cizou, who declared, "I owe some of the most fantastical hallucinatory experiences of my childhood to my extreme nearsightedness, vanishing streets, substitutions, above all the need, indissociable from my very nature, from my way of seeing and thus of thinking, to go see everything very, very close up, so as to see." In my 30s, I enrolled in art school. In the confines of my student cubicle, my peculiar visual filtering of the world grounded my art making. Deploying an array of magnifying devices, I huddled over small rectangles of stainless steel, a diamond-tipped Dremel in hand, engraving intentional scratches. I spent months hovering close to the steel surfaces. As I layered whispery directional strokes with my Dremel, I accumulated hundreds and sometimes thousands of ultrafine lines. En masse, the directional lines created planes that shimmered, and the affect was fugitive, by which I mean that the compositional elements appeared and disappeared, depending on the position of the beholder, the tilt of the steel, or the angle of overhead light. I exploited this instability of vision through spatial installations that revealed and retreated as a viewer walked amongst the glinting surfaces. But it is only in retrospect that I appreciate my indebtedness to myopia in shaping my art making. During my years at art school, I confess that I was enmeshed in oculocentric norms that girded the making and reception of art. Despite my unusual family history, with my father receiving acclaim for inventing software and hardware for blind clients, and with many close family friends and mentors being blind, I somehow still created work for sighted audiences, installations of paintings that both presumed and privileged 20/20 vision. The source of this disconnect, I suggest, lies in a tangled web of cultural and personal experiences. I'm not going to read through the next section of the chapter, which discusses the ways that the educational systems that I had trained in and the ecology of art institutions I had been exposed to were so resolutely visual, how they reenacted and reinscribed oculocentric norms and an ethic of visual supremacy imported to the Southern Hemisphere during colonialism. I discuss the colonial control of bodies and associated legacies of discrimination amongst the sexes. And I write about how these are part of the cultural fabric that shaped my personal formative experiences with oculocentrism in Aotearoa, New Zealand and Australia. I write about some of the ways that language used by authority figures within the medical establishment repeatedly emphasised throughout my childhood that my specific perceptual experience was degenerative, abnormal, and complicated. And let me step back into the chapter at this juncture. The descriptor low vision was somewhat confusing to me and only made sense if I accepted that the magical micro detail of my tiny insects and beloved letterforms and the imaginative dreamscapes of my blurred surroundings were invalid. By the time I was 6 years old, I had internalized the wisdom that my visual experience could not be anything other than pathological. In private, I still found joy in the ways I filtered my surroundings and would regularly discard my glasses while alone, but I learned to guard this as a solitary comfort. I owe the eventual rupture in my perceptual complacency and the emancipation of my creative practice to blindness. In my late 30s, I experienced a sudden degeneration in my functional vision, perspectival lines interlaced, and it became difficult to locate steps in space. Empty zones infiltrated my peripheral vision. Wavering filaments disrupted my visual field, populating it with spider-like forms that scurried away when I flickered my focus towards them. Pen lights on appliances flooded my sleeping hours with bursts of fireworks in brilliant green and orange and red. And most disconcerting for my professional practice, when I entered a gallery or a classroom with overhead fluorescent lights or incandescent spotlights, the centre of my visual field would dim, obliterating any objects or people that I might otherwise be focusing on. And out of the spreading darkness, zigzags of light formed, like cartoon renditions of lightning bolts, and within these shapes, kaleidoscopic fractals whirled. The diagnosis was that interactions between early onset cataracts and my extreme myopia were intensifying light distortions and triggering ocular migraines, which were presenting as visual hallucinations. I was advised that cataract operations would eventually be necessary, but only as a last resort due to my elevated risk of retinal detachment. So with my consent, a decision was made to allow the cataracts to progress until the scale of loss of vision or the severity of hallucinations was such that the risk of retinal detachment became irrelevant. So as I began to stumble, metaphorically and literally, into the ocular normative structures that permeate the art world, I was gifted the opportunity to question my habitual ways of working. And again, I'm going to pause my reading of the chapter there with a note to say that a decade after those events that were described, my relationship to vision and to blindness continues to be unfixed and ever transforming. The cataracts have been operated on, one retina detached, and other complications arose. But as distracting as this indeterminacy is, it has also served to fuel my curiosity even more about the abundance of perceptual experience that is seldom acknowledged and valued. The chapter I read from contains several thousand words as I trace some of the ways that I have come to understand blindness as enabling the creative liberation of curatorial practice. And throughout, I credit the reflections and speculations and critiques of blind and blindish thinkers and writers and artists like Georgina Cleage, Jennifer Justice, Aaron McPeak, Alex Craig, Carmen Papalia, Andy Slater, Jacques Lucéran, Bernard Morin, Stephen Cosisto, Leona Godin, and art critic Tara Heffernan. Their published, voiced, or performed texts have provided ethical, conceptual, and methodological bearings that have guided the unfolding path of my research. Their provocations are woven into my realizations and propositions, and through their influence, I have gained confidence in blindness as a force of refusal, which inherently disassembles oculocentric habits that shackle normative artistic and curatorial practice. Amongst that group of blind thinkers and writers and artists, there is one person whose influence has been more pronounced, and that is Georgina Cleage. I want to thank Georgina publicly for responding with such generosity and warmth almost a decade ago when I reached out in a cold call asking to meet. At the time, I was grasping to understand why no one was touching my tactile paintings. This was in the wake of my first public exhibition that I created engaging with blindness. And that, was the beginnings of a collaboration that took Georgina and I to Caddist Art Foundation, a gallery in the Mission, San Francisco, where we staged haptic encounters with artworks, positioning Georgina as a blind docent. We moved from there to SF MoMA, where we explored sensory encounters with artworks and exhibitions. We touched sculptures by Eva Hess and choreographed blind navigation of Richard Serra's sequence sculpture. We experimented with extreme close readings of drawings and paintings by Vijay Chalmans, an experience that recuperated my childhood delight in extreme myopia. And we had so many more adventures in blindness and art. And over our decade of collaboration, I evolved an array of methods and approaches oriented through blindness, from blundering to beholding, from sensorial scores to intersensorial translations. I came to understand the ways that blindness can radically expand the experiential and interpretive possibilities of artworks, exhibitions, and sites, and how blindness can innovate artistic, curatorial, publishing, and public programming practices. There is also a specific need to honour Georgina today, because the project I am going to share with you has its origins in thoughts that Georgina shared at a workshop on experimental audio description that we co-hosted at Caddist in 2016. During our roundtable introductions, Georgina mentioned her speculation that conversations between notable Enlightenment character Denis Diderot and a young blind woman, Melanie de Salignac, had shaped his descriptions of the Paris Salon paintings, descriptions that are often referred to as one of the foundations of art criticism and reportage. Now, in case anyone here is unfamiliar with the story, let me briefly sketch the significance. In 1759, Baron von Grimm asked Denis Diderot to write reviews of the French Royal Academy's Salon exhibitions for the Correspondance Littéraire, a literary newsletter that Grimm distributed discreetly, twice monthly, to a small group of subscribers, mostly European nobility. If I imagine a parlour setting where one of these subscribers is reading aloud to the assembled friends and family the descriptions of the Salon paintings, I think the resonance with audio description is strong, a version of audio description that enfolds performativity according to the oratory quirks of the reader. In 1760, only months after Diderot was commissioned by Grimm to write about the Salon exhibitions, Diderot was introduced to Melanie de Salignac, the 19-year-old niece of Diderot's lover and confidant, Sophie Valland. The philosopher and the young blind woman struck up a friendship that would continue until de Salignac's death 3 years later. Diderot has written with admiration and fondness of de Salignac's sound judgment and subtlety of mind. He has related tales of her adeptness at card games, geometry, and poetry. He talks of reverence for her intellect and persistently reinforces his esteem for her as a dialogic partner. Now, many of you will know those details already, perhaps from an essay by Georgina titled The Subject at Hand, Blind Imaging, Images of Blindness. In that essay, Georgina suggests that, quote, Diderot valued his blind informant not because she conformed to his previously held theories, but because she compelled him to examine all that he took for granted. In comparing his imagination to hers, he was not seeking a mirror image. If her mental images differed from his own, it did not make them any less vivid or useful. And what is important to emphasise is that one of the topics that Diderot and de Salignac repeatedly returned to was description, including the limits of visuality, the relevance of touch, and the ways that language can be deployed to play with the descriptive transaction. A couple of years after de Salignac's passing, Diderot wrote a report for the Correspondance Littéraire in relation to the 1765 Paris Salon. In his introductory remarks, he thanks his friend and editor Grimm, quote, without whom I'd have cast no more than a superficial distracted glance at the productions of our artists. It's the task you set me that fixed my eyes on the canvas and made me circle around. I gave my impressions time to coalesce and settle in. I opened my soul to the effects. I allowed them to penetrate through me. I collected the verdicts of old men and the thoughts of children, the judgments of men of letters, the opinions of sophisticates, and the views of the people. And note here how the descriptive task is framed as slowing the pace of an encounter with a work, as heightening attentiveness, and open to intersubjective canvassing and contemplation. Diderot continues with a promise to Grimm, and he says, I'll describe the paintings for you, and the descriptions will be such that, with a bit of imagination and taste, you'll be able to envision them spatially. But despite this stated ambition, Diderot's salon descriptions often depart wildly from spatial analysis and are often laced with acerbic personal commentary. For example, of Charles' painting, Hector rebuking Paris for his cowardice, 1765, Diderot writes, well, I'll turn my attention to Monsieur Charles, but how am I to portray the confusion prevailing amongst these objects, the sham lavishness of this place, the impoverished opulence of this conversation as a whole? When I teach image description, I regularly return to Diderot's texts because they have such contemporary relevance. They were highly experimental, often emotive, and not prescriptive, a world away from the rules for image description and audio description that had been so dominant for the past few decades, and are often so patronising in how one should or must describe, the kinds of rules that I encourage resisting and countering today. But perhaps the most famous of Diderot's descriptions is a work by Fragonard. Diderot writes that he was unable to view the painting in question in person, so instead he will fill out that entry by recounting a strange vision that tormented him the night before. Diderot proceeds to recount memories of shadowy figures as he sat chained within Plato's cave. He builds in a meta-dialogue between himself and Grimm, a fictional exchange about apparitions. Now, it's not clear to me whether Diderot actually saw the painting and pretended not to, as a literary conceit, or whether he had solicited enough stories of the painting's composition from the opinions of others that he felt he could describe a hallucinatory image of the work. Regardless, through his spiralling references to Plato's cave, to roles and characters, to flickering images, Diderot again opens up the descriptive act. He detaches verifiable sight of an artwork from one's potential to describe and unfurl meanings and associations within that work. Or to restate that more simply, it is not necessary to see an artwork in order to meaningfully advance thoughts and ideas about the form or the content of the work. And I would argue that one can go further along this trail of argument. It seems to me that the significance and influence, the playfulness and inventiveness of Diderot's specific writing on Fragonard suggests that not seeing an artwork liberates description from the constraints of oculocentric perception and prescriptive visual analysis. We can reveal relationships and digressions, slide into metaphysical and philosophical and ontological repercussions. We can question and debate and tease out what the artwork is contributing. Now let us hold those ideas and layer on another detail. This 1765 Salon report has an appendix titled Notes on Painting, and in this appendix, the opening lines are a description of a blind woman with hollow eye sockets whose physical characteristics coincide with those of Mélanie de Salignac. And so my contention, which builds on the speculations of Georgina, is that through inclusion of this appendix, through these opening lines, Diderot is signalling the significance of his conversations with his blind friend, his dialogic partner, for his approach to describing the artworks. And this leads me to claim that conversations between Diderot and Mélanie de Salignac, conversations between blind and sighted, are the undisclosed or underdisclosed critical generative force at the foundations of art criticism, art reportage, the writing of exhibition histories. Now, of course, if I only had that small reference to hang on to, that description of an unnamed blind woman in the 1765 appendix, my claim might seem fanciful. But this is not the case. We have ample additional support in Diderot's subsequent writings in his addendum to the Letter on the Blind for the use of those who see. And as I have delved closer and closer into reading that addendum, extreme myopic readings, alongside Diderot's original letter, I have felt an urgency to bring Mélanie de Salignac to wider public recognition. In 2023, Deakin University Art Gallery in Melbourne invited me to present a survey exhibition of my practice. I titled the exhibition with a quote attributed to Mélanie de Salignac by Diderot. "I brave a whirlwind of dust while those about me close their eyes." At the time, this felt like a deeply profound choice to title my first survey show with this homage. But like most exhibitions, after the months of display, the artworks were deinstalled, and in the wake of that disappearance, it felt like my honouring of Mélanie de Salignac also dissipated, the whirlwind of dust billowing and scattering into the ether. The only residual trace to my homage was the dust of the title, memorialised in the exhibition catalogue. But another opportunity arose to claim a place for Mélanie de Salignac and conversations between blind and sighted friends at the heart of a museum of art. Let me now introduce the Newcastle Art Gallery, and in this case, the Newcastle I'm referring to is not on the River Tyne, but at the mouth of the Hunter River on Awabakal and Warimi country, north of Sydney, on the eastern surf coast of Australia. In 1945, Sydney ophthalmologist Roland Pope donated his art collection to Newcastle, and this was the catalyst for a campaign to establish an art gallery. 3 decades later, in 1977, the Newcastle Art Gallery opened its doors. It was the first purpose-built regional art gallery in Australia, in a building that is now considered an iconic example of Australian brutalism, including 2 monumental spiral concrete staircases with floating platforms at each end of the main gallery. In the 1990s in Newcastle, the closure of the steelworks, which had employed 50,000 people, worsened an economic recession, and in the downturn, artists were one of the groups turned to for cultural and economic regeneration. More recently, as a result of the COVID-era surge in online working and the appeal of Newcastle's beach lifestyle, a new influx of migration has swelled the ranks of artists and art patrons. And it is within this climate that a plan emerged to radically update and expand the gallery. The expansion will increase exhibition space by an additional 1,600 square metres. The original building has been gutted, but retaining heritage features like the spiral staircases, and new wings have been constructed to significantly extend the floor plan. And this is where a problem arose. Because due to the scale of expansion, the remodelling of the old building became subject to a new building code, and under the new code, the gallery's celebrated spiral staircases failed to meet the requirements for the safety of blind and low vision visitors. The gallery was advised to construct a barrier around the staircases, but Miriam Kelly, the head of curatorial and exhibitions, negotiated an alternative. She approached me and asked if I could take on an artistic commission to design 2 site-specific architectural sculptures that could meet the compliance requirements but provide a more creative alternative to the conventional barrier. Aha, I thought, here is my opportunity to bring Mélanie de Salignac into the structural foundations of an art museum. My concept was to flip the function of a barrier from exclusion to access-led inclusion by designing 2 architectural scale sculptures that would operate as prompts for tactile dialogue between and among blind and sighted visitors. I imagined 2 steel armatures encircling the lower portions of the staircases. These armatures would have a faceted mineral form constructed by welding together irregular geometric shapes. The shapes would be frames made of solid steel bar, and inside the frames would be steel mesh of a gauge firm enough to withstand tactile pressure. The mesh would allow sighted visitors a mediated view of the iconic architectural form of the staircases. But as a sighted visitor moved around the sculpture, the mesh on the different facets would create interference and would induce hallucinatory effects like a moire effect in printmaking, a mild, rippling visual instability. And importantly, for some of the facets, instead of mesh, I would embed tactile excerpts of artworks from the Newcastle Art Gallery collection, engraved or cast from steel or aluminium. I say excerpts because some of the works in the collection are very large, notably a ceiling mural by John Olsen, installed over the atrium space beside one of the staircases. So rather than including scaled-down tactile translations of the whole field of an artwork, my idea was to include one-to-one scale excerpts of works so that one could feel the mark-making and the compositions at the same scale as the artist's hand. I have titled my commission with words sampled from a passage of Diderot's writing, reminiscing about his conversations with Melanie de Salignac. Reflecting air. Touch enabled her to discern minute details which often pass unnoticed. To select which of the collection artworks to include as the tactile excerpts, I developed a curatorial logic for each staircase sculpture, privileging unseen or obscured histories. For example, I was drawn to an ornithological print, an illustration of two wattlebirds that I found not in the main collection, but in the gallery's study collection. Made sometime between 1862 and 1873, the illustration is attributed to John Gould, but handwriting along the bottom edge credits it to J&E Gould, because it seems that the illustration was likely created by Elizabeth Gould, whose role in producing her husband's oeuvre has only recently been surfacing. I was also intrigued that the print in question was a duplicate of a page from a book donated to the Newcastle Library by keen birdwatcher Roland Pope, who you might recall as the ophthalmologist and cataract surgeon, the philanthropic founder of the gallery collection. I liked the spiralling story of blindness at the beginnings of art criticism, at the beginnings of the gallery collection, at the beginnings of the gallery's new chapter. On my first visit to the city of Newcastle, I learned from curator Peter Johnson that a process was underway to pump tons of coal fly ash and concrete into subterranean mine chambers that are beneath the gallery, which, given Newcastle's history and relationship with coal, is apparently a common necessity to stabilise any construction foundations. I realised that this grouting process was effectively casting a massive unseen sculpture underground, Rachel Whiteread style. With Peter's help, I've been allowed access to the geological core samples that have been drilled to verify the grouting process has been successful. The core samples are in the form of spherical tubes, and they convey the material shifts at different depths, the concrete, but also sandstone, siltstone, and even coal. So, as well as integrating tactile excerpts from the collection, I am also incorporating a sampling of these geological cores in one of the sculptures. The cores will be mounted horizontally in fragments like a paragraph of redacted text, literal excerpts that index the unseen sculpture beneath. My concept for the back sculpture was that it would also incorporate fragments of text, but instead of the cores, they would be poetic braille fragments cast in bronze. The text would be generated through a community workshop following a model I developed at SF MoMA with Georgina. I planned to activate conversation around the tactile representations and the original works selected for inclusion, and to guide improvisations and collective description and sensory translations, I plan to distill fragments of our conversations to integrate into the sculptures via the cast bronze inserts. Each of these would then be a potential prompt for conversation, and the sculptures would be available to touch by all, by the public within education tours, and open to performative responses from dancers or musicians or other artists, blind and sighted alike. Now, I've used the words imagined and planned repeatedly, not only because the work is currently being fabricated to be ready for the gallery opening in September, but rather I've used these propositional words because, as so often happens with major commissions, there have been shifts and ruptures beyond my control, construction delays, changes in the City Council governing the project, changes in the cost of materials and labour, that have had the cumulative effect of significant cuts in funding. Among other cost savings, this has required me to reduce the number of tactile works from 16 to 8 to currently 4. And as things stand at the moment, this has cut out my treasured wattle birds and the John Olsen ceiling work, as well as tactile interpretations of sculptural and performance works, which I had hoped would open conversations about how such works are recorded and remembered, and what is left out. The funding cuts also mean that the community workshop I dreamed of has at present fallen away. So instead of incorporating the poetic fragments of descriptive conversations, my plan B is to include just the Braille words. Touch enabled her to discern minute details, which often pass unnoticed. And in this way, I am insisting that Diderot and Melanie de Solignac are embedded structurally and conceptually in the heart of the museum. And importantly, through its typographic form, the Braille text invites touch, and it signals that there is a different tactile code of behaviour with this work than audiences might otherwise be primed to expect. As I was preparing this talk for you, a dear friend and collaborator, John Chia, was a generous reader of my first draft, and he annotated a comment at this point that the mass of my initial proposed set of sculptural interventions, compared with the pared back version, has a rich symmetry with the mass of the unseen subterranean sculpture under the gallery, which is acknowledged and gestured towards through the redacted drill cores. But importantly, the staircase sculptures are being fabricated, so there is an openness to their future mutation. The mesh facets can easily be infilled with future tactile elements, so it is quite possible that over time, when funding emerges and if curatorial priorities allow, the 4 works can be uplifted to 6 or 8 or 12 or even more. And the Braille panels can be augmented beyond the singular phrase to layer fragments of descriptive conversation from workshops held any time over the life of the work. This openness to change is a part of my practice. I approach material shifts as fluctuations, not degradations. This has largely come about through my interactions with conservators who shifted my thoughts around how we might conceive of an artwork as forever unfixed, infinitely mutable, and having inherent value through all phases of its life. I'm interested in all the bodies who affect a work, who shape the work or influence its reshaping. I'm unafraid of the oils and fingertips or dust. I'm interested in tarnish and in other ways that touch alters a work. And this is a timely moment to acknowledge my fabrication collaborator for the sculptures, Feather Edge, and to pay special tribute to one of their staff, Jared Nugent, whose hands have affected the material form more than anyone else. Jared comes to this work from time in trade school, a degree in industrial design, and the Japanese philosophy of kaizen, or constant improvement. His admiration of master craftsmen in any discipline and a daily pursuit of a flow state have shaped our methods and outcomes. I asked Jared to share some thoughts on the process that I could share with you, and a few of his reflections were these. I love using hand tools. If I can get away with working something by hand, I will. I love when tells, the manufacture marks, are left as a detail on a product. They tell a story about how an object was made, as well as a story about who made it. They give a feeling of uniqueness that cannot be replicated. Jared's contributions include sculpturing the form to scale, adjusting the facets until they had the organic randomness I was seeking, as if the mineral had grown into the void. He 3D scanned our scale model, redrew the form in CAD, using our scan as a reference. The CAD model provided accurate templates for the individual facets. Each staircase sculpture has 120 unique shapes, over 330 metres of stainless steel bar, and over 4,000 welds. Each of those shapes had to be cut out perfectly to match its template, since if any length or angle was off, the puzzle of piecing them together would not fit. So Jared has hand-cut, hand-fitted, hand-welded every panel. And with enthusiastic endorsement from me, he has left his welding marks rather than buffing them away. He's shown me how this adds another element of tactility to the sculptures and communicates it was crafted by hand, not a laser cutter or a CNC plasma. He said, I could have made it seamless, but I think they would have taken magic away. I hope this evokes a feeling of care and time and planning. The images of Jared in the workshop that have been shown in this loop were taken by Ronnie Bintang, who also works at Feather Edge as a fabricator, but is more usually taking photographs of tsunamis, ash clouds, and the trafficking of migrants. And just as Jared's philosophy and craft have shaped the physical form of the sculpture, so too has Ronnie's sensitivity and photographic craft shaped the documentation of the staircase sculptures, the after image of the process of making. My commission is due to be installed soon in July, ready for the gallery opening. The structural skeleton is complete, but the tactile aesthetics of our translations have not yet been resolved. We've been collaborating with Vision Australia with prototypes, translating compositions and surface materiality into depth codings that have tactile legibility. But it's still unresolved exactly how we will realise them, mainly because I have rejected all of the prototypes thus far. A lot of the current orthodoxy for casting tactile impressions does not have the aesthetic charisma, the covetability that I am in search of. And despite the various adaptations and financially driven simplifications, I am determined that my barometer for which method to go with is whether the tactile elements provoke a sense of awe in me. But as I wrestle with late-stage nerves and anxieties about bringing this to fruition, I have no doubt that these sculptures are anchored in rigorous scholarship and methods influenced by historic and contemporary blind figures, that they will be groundbreaking in reclaiming dialogues between blind and sighted at the foundations of art criticism and embedding this into the structural foundations of a leading art museum, that they will provide a valuable contribution to concepts and methods of tactile aesthetics and curatorial logics oriented through blindness, that they offer a novel, monumental proposition for tactile publishing. And I have long argued that there is radical potential to explain the perceptual space of publication. Through these sculptures, the spirit of Diderot and de Salagnac's friendship and their profound discursive collaboration, teasing out the contributions of blindness to understanding and handling, description, perception, and art encounters, has the potential to resurface in the present. The curiosity and rigour of their musings can become enshrined and reanimated within the aesthetic and textual infrastructure of the institution. These staircase sculptures are a summit in my creative activism to transcend the ableist norms that have traditionally relegated blind audiences to the periphery, norms that have constrained all audiences in terms of the kind of perception or movement and modes of communication that are coded as permissible in a museum of art. And here is where blindness can liberate curatorial and critical and public engagement. Since I have no proprietary urge to conserve the sculptures in the form I hand them over, there is vast potential for them to be worked with, to be responded to be added to be extracted from, to be performed with too, through choreographic or sonic or oratory or textile residencies. But ultimately, whether that potential unfurls or subsides rests in the willingness of the Newcastle Art Gallery to invest curatorial imagination over the years to come. But at the very least, I can hand over the sculptures with an invitation to the gallery that foregrounds openness rather than closure. An invitation to imagine the gallery as a site that welcomes public and staff alike to blunder into a dust cloud of sensorial improvisations, translations, and conversations. Thinking of a dust cloud of sensorial bodies in the museum, a metaphorical temporary collective, conversational fragments that accumulate,
that billow and scatter, that disperse and regather and reconstitute with regular and irregular pauses across space and time. Thank you.